Hello guys and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. The time has finally come after a very grueling hurdle that these teams have had to kind of get over, right, and work their way through. We've made it into the finals and only 16 out of our 20 teams are going to be stepping into the finals to prove their worth and show us just how insane they actually are. Of course, as you know by now, my name's DK. I'm joined by none other than Sproxy. We're going to be taking you through all the insanity out on the battlefield today. It's here, right? 3 days of mayhem, chaos, and action. I mean, there's so much to look forward to.
Hey DK, it's been a while since I've seen your face, so it's nice to see it as well. And what better way to start it than the finals? The final 3 days that these teams have that opportunity to grab a hold of the prize pool, to grab a hold of that podium placement, and hopefully get themselves ready and set for the next season. But it has, as you said, been a very, very tough gauntlet for these teams. This format has really been putting them to the test.
Yeah, and just of course for our new viewers that that haven't been watching everything, right? We are going to be taking a quick look at that calendar just to remind you as to what all these teams have gone through. Right, we started all the way back in week 1, working through 5 days of action to find out who will be the teams for that first week. We repeated the whole process moving into week 2, but we changed up the team orders of those respective groups. The same thing happened when we moved into week 3. But also a nice little bit of an addition that we had in those weeks was the addition of those bonus points that were awarded to the teams based on their positioning. And we were talking about, we've not yet seen a team get 80 points moving into the finals, but we came scary close to seeing exactly that happen.
Yeah, Titans one of the first teams to get that back-to-back win. They not only took week number 2, week number 3, but also the spot on the overall rankings to get themselves 79 bonus points. So only 1 point away from grabbing that total 80 points. So they're definitely going to be going into this finals weekend with the highest buff, if you want to think of it that way, and jumpstart into the finals, which is really going to give them that little bit of a safety net to work with.
Yeah, well, quite a bit of a safety net to work with. Now, let's take a look at that format to see what is going to be the procedure moving through into the finals. So we are done with league stage. We're not going to be looking at that whatsoever. It is now just pure focus on the finals. It's going to be 3 days of action, 6 matches per day, and each team is going to be playing each of our maps here. So it's going to be a pretty exciting one. And of course, as we know, our top teams will be advancing through to the PMPL Regional Championship, where they get to go up against the players coming through from the PMPL Arabia, which is, well, yet to start very, very soon. So I'm curious to see what those teams are going to be doing on that side as well. But as we know, right, it is Africa. We've got to look at our teams, what they're going to be bringing to the table. And as we know, part of performing exceptionally well is going to be that share of the prize pool as well. And moving into the finals, that's where they get the biggest chunk of that. That first place being worth $5,500. And then it, of course, trickles down all the way there just to add on to the kitty, that's the $1,300 that they've already secured from the league stage itself.
They've also secured themselves that $1,000 there from the weekendy rewards. So the only thing that's still up to grabs, other than obviously your share of that top 16 finals prize pool, is of course the MVP award to see who's going to be getting that extra $1,000 in the back pocket. But definitely a much bigger share than what that $1,300 confirmed and guaranteed value is. So these teams will be gunning for the highest spots, of course, over and above the opportunity to move on further from this.
Well, there's going to be a lot on the table, right? And there's only going to be one way to lock that in, but that is going to be through a lot of aggression based on our new point system that we also saw coming through into the season, and of course also into the 2023 flow of things. But speaking about points, speaking about prize pools, speaking about all these things, we also then have to take a look at who our 16 teams are that are going to be participating in these finals. I mean, it was such a grueling set of games that they had to work their way through, and here we have it. These are our teams that are going to be stepping out, showing us what they've got, and potentially flexing a few muscles that we've not yet seen being utilized in the league stage.
Yeah, of course, we know that a few teams might have been holding back in the league stage that come the finals, especially day number one. They can really be gunning for those top slots. And we know a lot of sort of bars are going to be set on this first day. We need to see who's going to be those first few teams to grab the most momentum, who's obviously going to be working alongside their bonus points to gravitate towards the leading roles and positions into this weekend. And then, of course, the consistency that comes with that. Will they be able to keep that lead moving into not only the rest of the games today, but also the rest of the games this weekend there. So there's no more group shuffles. It's only these 16 teams that have to play each of our 6 maps per day. So if they weren't already Gauntlet, well, this is going to be the last massive stretch to get to the end.
Oh yes, I'm just envisioning a few sweatbands being, on their heads there. They've got their hands all chalked up and everything ready to go. They are ready to get down and rumble and show us what they've got. And it's going to be a pretty sweaty play. That's what I'm expecting to see. But also, based on what we saw coming through in the league stages, right? We did see several teams really rising to the occasion. One of the teams that stood out for me was, for instance, MEA Esports. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it into the finals. But now I want to see what the rest of the teams are going to be doing, right? We've been having a little bit of a not the same kind of performance that we are accustomed to see come through from a few teams, right? I want to see them now really come into that as we move into the finals, right? There's no more opportunity to hold back. Now's the time to step up, shake things up as best you can, and it's going to be a race to see who will be the team to secure the most points. Already, as we know, coming into today, they are, of course, coming in with those bonus points added to the tally already.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what we're talking about, those teams that have that jump start. Of course, Titans, they've got one of the larger jump starts with that 79-point lead. So already into this weekend, into today's games, they have that opportunity. They have those points to fall back on if it doesn't quite start the way that they wanted to. And the reason that that's very important is, like we've said, a lot of teams might hold back just a tad as they go through the league stage. I mean, they'll obviously do as much as they can, but they want to keep a few surprises, right, moving into the first day, especially in the finals, because if they can grab hold of that, little bit of surprise elements into this first day, they can really gravitate toward a momentum start. And I mean, CRYPTICS is one of those teams that in the last week or so, they've been a bit weird for us. We just haven't really seen the CRYPTICS that we know. And it's also the first season now that we've actually had a back-to-back win with CRYPTICS not actually taking the top slot, but they were our top leaders from the previous PMPL Africa Spring. So there's also that to think of, and to see if they're going to be bringing back today that same energy, maybe capitalizing and giving Titans a run for their money.
Well, I sincerely hope so, because, it just kind of seems to be quite fitting to have the players from CRYPTICS step up and just bring in all these extra surprises. But of course, as we know, moving into today, we are going to be going through 6 matches. So let's take a look at what our map rotation is going to be. Of course, we're only going to be playing 3 games, right? 3 maps, rather, right? It's going to be Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and then we just copy, paste, repeat, right? That is it. That's going to be the flow. But this will allow some great consistency to come through for the teams to really build up on that momentum and push forward.
Yeah, so gone are the days where these teams are only playing at least 4 maps a day. Gone are the days where, because of their respective groups, they may or may not have to play Sanhok. They may or may not have to get a chance at Erangel and Miramar. Now every single team has the same opportunities and the same number of maps. And of course, we just add another 2 maps on top of that. So it's a lot more grueling. We really do put a strain on that mental focus because they have to make sure that every single map counts. There is no more point resets. There's no more opportunities to, start again from the beginning with a different set in mind, with a different playing field here. It all counts towards the finals. And as we know, losing one map, if it's not covered by your bonus points that you've already accumulated, it is going to hit that much harder when you come back for the next.
Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to see whether or not the teams are going to be looking to step it up and, bring in all these extra few surprises. But of course, as we know, it's also that time of day where we need to give a few shout outs out as well, right? We gotta pay the bills, we gotta thank our amazing sponsors as well. So that's gonna be a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And I mean, they've already been providing so much energy. Now we want to see what that all is going to translate to, where these teams are going to be going. I don't have a monster on my side, but let's just imagine I do, and I'll be embracing. Yeah. Yes, yes.
Imaginary
Well,
monster.
it's over here, right? It's right over here. That's where my
Yeah, but you
monster
can
is
get it
hidden.
in a can.
Oh yes, we can indeed. But yeah, it is going to be quite a bit still to go. But we'd also love to hear what our viewers are thinking, right? What their thoughts are on this season of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. Who they think is going to be the team to step up, claiming that glorious victory slot. And of course, you can let us know on social media. So be sure to head on over. Our links, as you will see, are going to be appearing right here. It is going to be PUBG Mobile Esports Africa on YouTube. If that's not already where you are watching this stream, there's also the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa Facebook, as well as TikTok. So be sure to hit us up, give us your predictions, and include the hashtag. Use the PMPL Africa hashtag whenever you make any of your predictions or comments, or, even if it's just a shout out. Let us know.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it just makes it easier for us to actually be able to see those posts and to interact with the community as well. If you're, again, not in the chat, not already having fun with us and interacting with us as we're moving through today's proceedings, it's definitely going to get much more wild when in comparison to the previous weeks. I expect that today, as you've mentioned, is going to set the standard moving into the next weekend.
Well, I mean, speaking about standards, right? We got to get down to predictions. Okay, so we've watched 3 weeks of league stage. We've seen what these teams are capable of. We know also what they've done in the previous seasons. But who in particular do you think is going to be the team to surprise us with their performance coming into today? Not necessarily for the first match, but just the day in general.
Okay, well, the day in general, well, yeah, this is not really a surprise, but I expect Titans are going to continue that little bit of a dominating factor, that momentum that they've already brought up. One of the teams I really want to know if there's going to be a change is GREEDYFORKILLS, because we saw in the league stages they had this thing where only the second to the last map is really where they start to bring in that energy, and we thought initially, at least myself and Crowns, we thought, okay, maybe it's because they're trying to take, I guess, advantage of the rest of the team starting to get a little bit quieter, a little bit more tired to the rest of the day, and now they have an extra 2 every single day. So I don't know if that's going to quite work the same for them, if they're going to switch things up, and what sort of energy they're going to bring to the map. So they're one of the other teams that I think might be, hopefully, a very surprising team.
Yeah, I cannot really argue with you on the fact of Greedy. I mean, they were just showing their capability all the way through league. But one team that I want to see, right? We know in previous seasons they came super close to ending up right at the top, not quite getting all the way there. It's Blackhand. I want to see what they're going to bring through in this finals, whether or not they're going to rise to the occasion and maybe even step up and beat out the players from Titan and CRYPTICS, because those are the two the feuds, right, that they've been having over the previous few seasons. We want to see what Blackhand is going to be capable of and whether or not they are going to maybe sneak themselves in a very satisfying position. But there's only one way for us to find out, as we got to jump into the games to see what these teams are going to be bringing through. And of course, we'll be getting into that momentarily. Our first match of the day, as we did see, is going to be over on Miramar. So a nice little bit of opportunity for the teams to get out there, to get their legs stretched, right? Just move about, a lot of playable area to move from. But right after that, I mean, we're jumping into Sanhok, right? That is the polar opposite of what we have on Miramar. A little bit of a shock to the system, just to see, who's really serious about performing like absolute monsters here today.
At least one of the, if you want to call it, the caveats here for the team is that they do not have to worry about any sort of team shuffling throughout the day. It's going to be the same 16 teams in every single match. And that gives a little bit of that consistency going into every single map. You have an idea in terms of not only job sites, not only, the different play styles, but also who that competitive terrain and what that competitive terrain really looks like. So it provides the teams those opportunities to get a bit more strategic, which is why we generally do say that the finals are a bit of a cut above the rest, not only because, it's the finals, it's the last opportunity, but the teams have that ability to really lock things down. And that's where it gets a bit exciting, because that might be where we see teams really start to be dominating, to start really taking matches by matches, because they know what they can get away with, they know what the terrain is going to be looking like, and there's no real surprises anymore.
Yeah, I have to agree with you in that, right? I mean, you could always say it's like the teams are going to be kicking in those afterburners, right? Just trying to hit a little bit of NOS along the way just to get that amazing increase in performance. So I'm curious to see what that is going to translate into. So also, I want to find out who's going to be our first team to lock in the very first winner chicken dinner right here in the finals for this 2023 season. I mean, we've been working our way through so many matches. It was 93 matches in total that they played, as that is quite a lot of matches. I mean, it's nothing in comparison to what we saw in the previous seasons, but you know what? It is still a pretty insane amount of games that these teams had to try and build all that consistency of. But it's allowed them to gather so much information to really get a good lay of the land, know what to kind of expect once they step out on the battlefield. And where I think the whole dynamic kind of changes up is moving into the finals. There's no more guessing, right? You know exactly who you're going to be playing for each and every single match. The only surprise could, of course, be that flight path and the first initial zone that's going to come through.
And I'm telling you, in this last couple of weeks, those flight path and zone combinations, especially on Miramar, have been brutal for these teams. We saw almost a water zone every single evening. So between Crowns and myself, we just blame the three of us. If it doesn't happen this weekend, we're going to blame Crowns, because clearly then his energy is just bringing in these water zones.
Yeah.
So it's not my fault, okay? Just keep that in mind. I'm not the one to blame here.
Because I saw that. As you obviously know, I was watching the streams, and then I heard what you said, and I was like, And I even told you, like, I'm not responsible for this, right? So
it's not one person to blame. I think it's a combination of the three of us.
It's all of us.
There we go. That has brought this energy, so that makes it a little bit less threatening, because it was you, then it was me, then it was Crowns, and you know what? Let's just blame the entire cast set. It's all of us, so sorry for that. But it really been putting these teams to the test. I mean, we've been seeing the eastern ridges of Miramar so much more than we've ever had in previous seasons. So now that I feel like if we go to normal center zones, it's like it's going to be a shock to the system as well.
But I mean, maybe that was the whole plan behind it, right? Bringing in some very challenging phases for the teams to get used to that. And then we move into the finals, and it's like, you know what? Here's a normal zone. Let's see what you can do when nothing is out of the ordinary, right? It's just going to be plain and simple PUBG. Step up, surprise us, and show all your tactics, right? Bring it out and surprise us with the amazing performances. And of course, as we know, we are getting ever closer to moving into our very first match of the day. Well, should be there pretty soon. I think maybe they found a few boulders in the engine for the plane. They just have to crash them up before they started off. You know, I think that's maybe the case. Ooh, it's sunscreen, right? A few of the players forgot to put sunscreen on. Yes.
Yeah, no. That in my head would make sense. I mean, you know, we know Miramar is a bit hot and heavy. It is a wild map to deal with for these teams. So starting off the first day, we're gonna make sure they don't get any sunburn, because that would just be sad. But I mean, going into this match, we can talk a little bit more about those bonus points. We've also mentioned Titans have that 79 points. Right behind them, it is the likes of Triple Esports with 71, RUKH Esports with 68. So in terms of the predictions that we were talking about, both of the teams that we are talking about, Black Hand and GREEDYFORKILLS, are in 4th place and 5th place currently, respectively, with those bonus points, and they have 64 and 63 points as well. So that means going into this first match, again, it's not like a massive spread. I mean, 79 points to 64 points, that's only a 15-point difference. I mean, we've seen that being doable in a single match as well, but for the teams on the other end of those bonus point standings, it's going to be a bit of a climb for them. They want to go into this match with as many points as they can go. They want to make sure that today is that explosive day for them.
I mean, we could even loop the CRYPTICS into that as well, because CRYPTICS only sitting on 61 points, right? Only 2 points behind what GREEDYFORKILLS are currently sitting on. So there's still going to be a great opportunity to play that whole region. Only 18 points separating first from 6th place. So the pressure is going to be on. And as we know, right, these teams are here. They want to prove their worth. They want to show that they are strong contenders to not only move in towards that championship that's coming up later on, but also, should they make it past that, it would be a really strong representation for the Africa and our entire region when moving into the PNWI or the PMGC. Wow, wrong words. I'm making up new tournaments here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have that ability with your PMGC points, or your PMPL points, to get into PMGC. You have that ability in the PMPL regionals also to try and secure a slot, and then of course PMWI. So we need these teams to start off this first map with a bang. Every single one of these 16 teams need to make sure that this day today is going to be the best one yet for them.
Oh yes, and of course, what better way to start it with a very, very comfortable flight path to come through. Nothing extravagant. Of course, the Titans are going to be our first team to drop off, heading straight towards that trailer park, as we can see just off of the western side of the screen. So if the flight path was going anywhere else, they might have pulled down in towards Val del Mar. But I think the curious thing here is going to be what that first zone is going to be doing, right? Is it going to be complementary? Is it maybe going to take an aggressive shift down towards the western side, maybe southwest? It could go anywhere, essentially, but we'll have to wait, as we're going to find out soon. But we're not seeing any potential hot drops, at least not from my current assessment of where the teams are looking to move in towards.
Yeah, look, I would hope that today is going to be one of those days where we don't have the hot drops. I mean, they had those 4 days, obviously, to do a little bit of VOD review to get themselves in ready and steady for today's matches. So there should be an opportunity that they don't really be surprised when going into this match. But that zone is going to be popping on off. It's a nice central zone. We don't have any water involved this time around, other than the likes of water treatment. So the teams definitely have a very easy start, I would say, into this Miramar compared to some of the others. I mean, in terms of flight path to zone, it's as center as it could come.
Pretty much, right? I mean, we were talking about this, all these extravagant zones that we had, and now we get a vanilla one that has made its way in here as well. So this could potentially be exactly what they need to bring on through. Of course, Los Leones, we're going to see 3 teams moving into there. It's going to be Blackjack, Wave, and the players there from Arab Golden. No surprise on that front. But center zone, I mean, we got Virtual Gaming Squad right there. A little bit of RUKH hanging around in the wing. You can see, of course, then the players here from the World of Battle also just going about their business here, looking to see what everything will hold in store for them. And this is a good start, right? We don't have overly crowded areas, and it does seem like all the opportunities that these teams have had to kind of gather all that information, to do their homework, do those VOD reviews, it seems like it's there, it's in, right? They know this is my space, I can go here, it's safe to rotate through. I'm not going to have to fight with anybody else to contend for this position.
Yeah, and I mean, with that comes a little bit of that, not only the consistency, but that confidence, right? You're going to be going to your usual job sites. You know the lay of the land. You know what strategy you have to employ into this one. So again, we're trying to cut out as many of those surprises, as many of those inconsistencies that they don't have control over into the finals. Give every single one of these teams as equal an opportunity as it possibly can be. Obviously, not thinking about the zone and the flight path. We can't control that. I wish we could. Maybe, it would be a lot more wild for these teams. I can promise you that. But with that being in mind, with the fact that you've got a little bit of that stability moving in, we then expect we see the best of these teams. We expect them to put on their best performances, to bring through numbers that we've never seen before from all of the teams, not just our top teams, of course, that already have that advantage, already have that momentum, but we want everyone in this lobby, to bring through a smashing performance today and through the rest of the weekend.
I mean, the first match on the first day, that's the best time to do it, to step out and assert your dominance and try and already get yourself a bit of a lead. Because the sooner you get the job done, the less you have to stress about that come those later stages. So let's see how this is all going to unravel. In the meanwhile, Triple going about their business, of course, coming through with their 71 bonus points. A very nice and comfortable position all the way up in towards Puerto. But I want to see how they're going to be rotating through. We do see Fajita holding pretty close to that Impala position, just trying to assess whether or not Lag are going to be posing any potential threats to them. But then how are they going to move up? Are we going to see them take that straight-on flush into there? Maybe take a little bit of a different approach? I think that's going to be an interesting one to see. And of course, now CRYPTICS, we have them on the opposite end, over in towards Chumacera, but they've got a very comfortable rotational path right back into this next phase.
Yeah, it's going to be a lovely little bit of rotations coming through for these teams. Again, I say that because we shouldn't have that wild west sort of energy moving into the eastern or the western portion. There's not going to be a fight for, oh, well, I need that hilltop, because if I don't get that hilltop, I have no position in zone. There's none of that nonsense going into this one. There's still plenty of space, especially towards the edges, as everyone is just slowly but surely inching towards that center. Again, some normality, right? I mean, some standard play and execution coming through from these teams, which we haven't been able to see in a while, especially with that last week where everyone was gunning to try and push themselves into the top slots. Like you said, we had Mo Esports jumping to the top. We had the likes of TIMEOUT as well, making a great appearance. And yeah, even though they're not going to be joining us here, they still have that spirit. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to be bringing in that first winner chicken dinner. But I have to say, off of the zone, off of the positions that we have, I do like the positioning that Virtual Gaming have on them. They're having a very nice center position. We've got Vista just on the other end in Graveyard. So again, very good positions for that next phase. Not sure how that's going to translate, of course, with the rest of the phases, but they at least have a good start.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a good start, but I mean, I'm just sitting here now taking a quick look at the stats that we had coming through on that last week of the league stage, right? I mean, we are seeing some pretty impressive figures being shown there. I mean, a team like Blackjack stepping up with an average of 10 points per match. That's pretty crazy, but are we going to see that momentum that the teams were able to build up, especially coming through in this last week, now get pulled over into the finals itself? Because that's where we had a lot of great opportunities. I mean, even TEAMLAG stepped up. They sat on an average of about 9.5. We had RUKH also sitting on 8.8. So we've got some pretty strong stats. But I want to see those stats really come to life and the team's looking to just capitalize on that momentum, because I think it would be quite sad if a team was performing exceptionally well and now coming into the finals, this is where things become a little bit more challenging. I want to see them just keep that clear head and push all the way through. Like Zekas was, just a little bit hesitant on that hill, not wanting to fly off the edge just yet, just keeping their wits about them. There's several opportunities still, as things are still relatively tranquil and quiet, at least for the time being.
Yeah, like I've mentioned before, day number one, I believe is one of the most important days moving into the finals, because you set that energy, right? And we've seen teams overcome, some of the challenges they've had in the first day over towards the second, then come through the third day. It's much of the same. We pretty much have the teams that have really set themselves up, mostly keeping the same positions, give or take maybe one or two shifts. But these first 2 days are the most important for setting that foundation, for setting that point placements, and hopefully getting yourself into the best position. So with that being the case, I normally say that, the first 3 maps on the first day, I take them with a bit of a pinch of salt, because it's finals, right? You've been building up to this moment for so long. Now you're here with top 16 teams, which is slightly different from the group that you would have worked with in the past, especially with the groups and all the phases and the switches. So there is a little bit of sussing out that needs to happen. And we've seen teams like CRYPTICS, as an example, be one of those teams who take this first day especially just to suss out the competition, to get an idea of what they can and cannot get away with. And for CRYPTICS especially, I want to see what is going to be cooking from them, because, like I said, this last week was a bit strange. Just like that zone, it was a bit strange, but it means they can still bring in a good energy. But yeah, DK, the zone, man.
Yeah. I mean, the first one was nice, right? And that's where it stops. That's what that's Miramar for you. Yes, it's a surprise. But this is a favorable setup, especially coming through for a team like RUKH. I mean, they're already very centered up, situated up on the hills. They can now really look to find a good footing. There's going to be quite a bit of a challenge coming through, as I'm expecting a lot of the teams now to rotate up in towards water treatment, maybe making a bit of a dash there in towards Cruz del Val, maybe in towards Al Azhar itself. But essentially, it's going to come down to who will be able to hold on to their position and defend it as aggressively as they can. Because if you want to talk about tough odds, this is exactly what they're going to face. All 16 teams, all 64 players, still alive and moving into this next phase.
Oh yes, and now every single one of these 16 teams need to find a good position into the zone, which just makes it all the more chaotic. We know a lot of teams were towards that center, which has now become the southwestern portion of the new zone, so it's really going to be challenging these teams. We're going to see a lot of those cluster rotations coming through. Shoulder to shoulder, they find themselves, and that causes a little bit of that awkward rotational engagement, which could see some teams maybe losing a number or two, but we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully they have their wits about them, and they're going to try and keep as many of their numbers as possible, because it's definitely going to help them moving into the next phase and every phase after that, of course. I mean, it makes sense. Safety in numbers, right? GREEDYFORKILLS already spotting out the world of battle as well, so just a little bit of scouting action might happen here, DK.
Yep, there's a great opportunity for that to come through here, so let's see what Greedy is going to bring in. But also another team that I want to see something from is going to be Virtual Gaming Squad, because if you remember, the previous finals that we had, right, for the 2022 fall split, they got the first winner chicken dinner. So, you know, no pressure, no pressure.
Cough, cough.
But but let's see what they're going to be bringing in if they're going to be able to step up to that table. In the meanwhile, the Wall of Battle going to be sending it out, trying to send a little bit of a howdy do over on towards Rhino. But instead, though, it's going to be Hemo from Wave that does get taken on down. And this is where that whole can of worms now gets opened on up as the teams are really shoulder to shoulder looking to see what they can get done and who's going to be able to hold on to these prime positionings. Already, we still have quite a few teams on those outlying regions not yet being able to get a good secure footing moving through. But if we look at it, Virtual Gaming Squad just barely within the zone. The Wall of Battle, Greedy4Kills, and Titans all not coming through on the southwestern side of the zone.
Going to be an interesting one, and again, the zones are already going to be closing out, so as if these teams have any space to get comfortable. Well, not today, not in Miramar. However, we're going to be looking at that new zone, really favoring the likes of the Mind Weapon. We've got RUKH Esports, of course, towards that northern section, Black Hand over towards the northwestern portion of the new zone as well, and then just a few stragglers on the edge, still trying to get themselves nicely settled into the next phase. Triple Esports as well, also making a mad dash for center, but likely going to be spotting out the Mind Weapon, so once again, a little bit of a peek and prod, getting that information, saying maybe this is not yet where we want to go, but those compounds in center could be a prime position moving into this next phase.
Yeah, it definitely could be. So let's see how it plays out. Of course, CRYPTICS, you're going to be looking at them, trying to see what they're going to bring through. Currently adopting, it seems to be a 2-2 split. Okay, never mind. It's a 3-1 split, a 3 full split. Either which way, they're going to be making that plunge now, trying to move themselves a little bit further up in towards the zone. But what I appreciate from what we saw just looking at that map a few moments ago is that RUKH actually relinquished that center zone position. They moved further up north, opening up the opportunity then for the Mind Weapon to move in behind them. Oh, but look at this, Weiss now with a little bit of a gatekeep here, trying to see what they can bring to the table as the shots connect on through. The DBS comes in swinging. And it is just chaos and carnage all the way on the edge.
Oh, I'm loving this. I mean, just kudos to Weiss for managing to get 2 down. Also an immediate thirst coming through as well. Now the rest of URUS pull on up, and this is exactly what they were waiting for. The ambush has caught some prey, and that prey is going to be, unfortunately, the likes of CRYPTICS. For all of the CRYPTICS fans, we are going to say that first Miramar of the day is not going to be going their way. So CRYPTICS are first team to go out, and it doesn't look like they will be alone. Virtual Gaming already moving on in for that third party.
Well, I mean, these teams really hungry to just get everything cracking. As you can see them just rushing on forward. But where will this go now? Muhammad, nice bit of a vantage point to play from. Virtual Gaming Squad going to be looking to push on in. D-Wars trying to sneak up the edge. But look at one shot, shaking it up with that Tommy gun in hand. Finds the spray on towards Muhammad Hazem. Now, trying to see whether or not they can find a little bit of retaliation there. But this could be Virtual Gaming Squad. Yes, one shot. Now getting met with a beautiful spray from that Scar Alice. Kron sends it out. And it is absolutely sweaty. Hazem getting spotted. The shots connect. And this is now the world of battle. Finding themselves in a world of trouble.
I was waiting for that pun to come through at one stage, so it's good that you saved it here for the finals. It makes sense, man. Makes sense. But of course, the World Battle Virtual Gaming, they moved on in for that third party onto URUS, but again, immediately the tables have turned towards them. URUS still holding on with their numbers. We can see Black Hand jumping into Virtual Gaming as well now, all of a sudden. So this is going to make things very, very difficult here for these teams. Of course, that zone's still going to be closing on out, going to add a little bit of extra pressure to the situation, as now this engagement has a time limit. Get done with it as soon as possible and get yourself into the zone, because we have a lot more teams right up ahead of them waiting to potentially now do the gatekeep on them.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go and who will be in control of those gates, as there's going to be a lot of opportunity to play for here. The team's now still having to do quite a bit of traveling. I'm especially interested down in towards the southwestern side still. I mean, Titans, they've got the compound, and that is the kind of leverage that you want, especially looking at the sheer number of players who are yet to secure themselves a decent footing. But, of course, speaking about footing, it's going to be DWAS and the rest here of the Virtual Gaming Squad looking to continue on here. It's only a 2-piece left, but there we go, Arthur. Takes a very risky play. Down to one they go. It is going to be Kron now, the final contender left to represent the world of battle. But DWAS and the rest of Virtual, alongside Greedy, just got their eyes so set on him.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone wants to make this game the best possible start into this series of the weekend. So, GREEDYFORKILLS, of course, they jumped in, one of the last few teams to jump into the third-party action, but it looks like they will be one of them to at least lock it down as they send Virtual Gaming back into the lobby. We've got the World of Battle helping out with that as well, but now that places them in a bit of an awkward situation as they've been relegated down only to Kron, and Kron is behind GREEDYFORKILLS, who obviously will be looking for any of those stragglers. Now with the car moving in, that sound cue is going to be given away as well, so GREEDYFORKILLS will likely be looking for this finish. But VISTA and Arab Golden, hello, knock knock.
Let's see where it goes. Well, it's a Brood denying access as Broly now meets a rather abrupt end on that one. The World of Battle, meanwhile, will get shipped on out. Down we go. Kakao are going to be trying to defend alongside a Brood here. Wanted and Erangel could come knocking as well. But they've already seen what the response is going to be coming through from the side here of VISTA. And this is the kind of positioning that you want to assert, right? Just be absolutely relentless and defend it as best as you possibly can.
That is going to be the hope. We also need to see what's going to happen here towards that southwestern portion. Now GREEDYFORKILLS moving in, going to be stealing Gaddafi. The vehicles are here, and they are making an approach towards VISTA Gaming. I'm liking what I'm seeing coming through from GREEDYFORKILLS. They are very reminiscent of that Game 4, Game 5 GREEDYFORKILLS that we've seen in the league stage, as they already have a lot more energy to work with. VISTA now in a spot of trouble, literally taking an uphill battle.
Oh, but Mazzaro is going to try and reach in. That first nade does find some good connections, but it is going to be Rhino to stop them in their tracks. Now, Kakao quickly having to try and bring a Brood back on their feet before it's too late. Rhino just on an absolute rampage with this glorious monster truck, and Quality could be experiencing that now firsthand. But this is a great setup coming through for Arab Golden. I like the spread that they've got, but now they've got to be able to utilize that spread and not let it discourage them from applying enough pressure. VISTA, they're going to have quite a challenging play as we can see them trying to push out. But Greedy Arab, they're not going to let them just get out of that one for free. And instead, it is going to be Kakao who gets found out.
Yeah, as we can see, VISTA Gaming, they really don't have an opportunity. Either Arab or we've got the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS have a perfect line of sight to their position to make that rotation. Now GREEDYFORKILLS moving on in to find Quality. This might actually give VISTA some space to move in, but that blue zone will be helping out the situation as well. So we're going to be saying goodbye to URUS, and unfortunately for the likes of Arab Golden, we will be saying goodbye to them as well. VISTA, still a bit of a question mark to see whether or not they're going to be joining Arab Golden, as they still need to make a move.
Well, let's see who's going to be joining who. Yeah, VISTA, off they go. 10th place, 3 elims to their name. I mean, it's not the worst place, right? Either which way, they have points to their name. Greedy now going to continue with this rampage. We got the players there from the mine weapon, also looking to set up a bit of a gatekeep, but they're down to a 2-piece. Oh, at least on the front line here. Is that going to be sufficient? Because this 2-2 split is going to challenge their capabilities, especially now with the likes of Titans who are rolling through. Meanwhile, Blackjack pulling up into triple.
I like this energy coming through from Blackjack Esports. Hello, knock, knock, knock. Once again, FBI open up. It is going to be Blackjack moving into the compound here of Triple Esports already. Good bit of information dealt and done, and those nades are just going to give them the opener.
Oh, Aquaman comes through with a splash on that one, but let's see whether or not the rest of Blackjack are going to be able to find even more carnage now at the expense of Triple. I mean, we got Fahita, Thor, all just holding steady. Icy, in the meanwhile, has been brought back on their feet. Old Boy could get caught out as that nade is sent through. We already saw that first absolutely devastating nade getting dealt, but up the molly. And this is now where the tables are getting turned. Aquaman getting set up. Blaze Lag getting stripped on out. But here we go. The sprays come through. Hamodi knocking at that window, but Old Boy is not going to give it up. They know that their little shack is made of stone. It's not made of wood or straw. So that wolf can blow on the door as much as they want.
This is going to be an interesting blackjack now moving on in for the finish. Already finding Fajita. Triple potentially down to the ground. They're literally going to be jumping off of the roof onto the ground to find that opener on towards Blackjack Esports, reducing them down to now a two-piece who needs to scramble, who needs to get this finish up. But just like they get that opener, we can see already Triple Esports. They jump up into the stairs to hide out. Icy still holding it down. And with their quick movement, with their quick thinking, they thankfully do survive this one.
I mean, and they were able to hold on to the entire squad. The full power of Triple is still in this match. I mean, that is a blessing on them right then and there. But here we go. Looking over on towards Blackhand. They've inched their way through from that western side down to a three-piece as they've bid farewell to Plaza. But a great opportunity could lie ahead here. As we can see, the mine weapon holding in the distance. RUKH, though, are going to be applying a little bit of pressure coming through from that northern side. But Ra'ad, they've been relatively quiet. I mean, we've not seen a single elimination come through from Ra'ad just yet.
Yeah, they've been quiet, moving in with the rotation. They really have been keeping a very quick rotation, so they've been staying agile, they've been making themselves on the move constantly, and that might have relegated them down to less eliminations that they would want to with those rotation choices, but now moving into this next phase, I would hope that they're going to take the advantage that is up ahead of them. I mean, they have the likes of Black Hand, they have the likes of RUKH Esports on the other end, Titans, the Mind Weapon, all from this western side, so there is really a good opportunity for them to pick up some early eliminations to try and catch up with the rest. But I mean, even Titans of all team, they are relegated down to one. They only have one elimination.
Yeah, that's a little bit of one-on-one action that we've got coming through from Titan. But as we know, it's going to be Teak, right? Teak, no stranger to getting aggressive, so we're not really too worried. I'm pretty sure that they are going to be able to surprise us. But in the meanwhile, we're down to 7 teams. We do see Ra'ad and Black Hand now getting ready to push for a potential altercation here. The Mind Weapon could get encircled as they've got Greedy coming in from the one side. Koa sneaking in from the opposite. I'm not quite sure whether or not Max and White Boy are going to be able to get themselves out of this sticky situation.
It's going to be a tough one here, especially now for what we can take a look at is going to be this next phase. GREEDYFORKILLS, of course, because they've been picking up these massive eliminations, it's making them a little bit slower on their entry into zone. We've got Teak now moving in as a solo, but unfortunately is going to be exposing themselves here to the likes of the Mind Weapon. With all of that noise now going down, we do have an opportunity for GREEDYFORKILLS to move in for the finish because they've got a little bit of information now suddenly to work with.
Oh, and now they're going to go from greedy to eager to pick up these elims, already sitting on 9 to their name. Are they going to be looking to make that 11 as White Boy and Max rather now going to be trying to just keep them at bay? Oh, but Nossa sends it out. Is it going to be the one?
Oh.
Yep, finds the first. Down goes Max. And now it's going to be the opportunity for that push and flush. Is it going to be White Boy to fall next? We know Nossa being absolutely devastating with those utilities, and this is the opportunity now for Greedy to stay true to their name, step on up. Meanwhile, Blackhand does get taken on down, but White Boy also then falls. Greedy up to 11 elims.
We love what we see into this one already. GREEDYFORKILLS changing it up completely. I mean, we went from that 4th game, 5th game sort of energy that they normally bring into right here in the first match of the day. They are bringing in already 11 eliminations. I mean, what a way to start your finals. This is what we love to see. But now who's going to be the other teams to join them? It's definitely not going to be Titans because, well, they don't have that opportunity here now that they've gone out. So we have to look towards the likes of Triple Esports, potentially even RUKH Esports and Ra'ad, the only other teams left, and also all of these teams still with the best numbers.
Oh yes, I mean Ra'ad only sitting on that one, but at least they've been able to find their first elimination. Meanwhile, Triple, well, they're still going to be looking to roll strong. Hazem in the meanwhile will get spotted on out. Rami also super low on that health bar. But look at this, Greedy. They're not going to hold back. They're going to come rushing straight on forward, looking to clean it up. Triple hanging in the wing. They've been able to get themselves back into full force. Greedy holding steady. Ooh, look at this. Look at this RUKH. They've also come to inspect. They want a slice of the pie. Rami then falls, and down to 3 we go. Who's going to be the one? RUKH almost hitting those double digits, sitting on 9. We got Triple sitting on 4. But Greedy sitting on 13 eliminations already. And they're just going to be looking to push that even further.
Yeah, they have no reason to stop. They're literally making RUKH Esports run away from them. Just leave the territory everyone wants to run, not really be at the line side here of Greedy for Kills, because they are just taking name after name after name. It is terrifying up in here with the likes of Greedy, but we still have RUKH Esports and Triple to try and lock it down on this first match. Whether they get that winner chicken dinner, I'm not too sure, but at this point, Greedy for Kills are looking to make up for that loss in points just purely based on eliminations, and I don't think they're going to be stopping anytime soon unless something happens with this next rotation.
Well, we're going to find out pretty soon what is going to go down as Greedy start to move in on that western side. RUKH have got a beautiful bit of security up on towards the northern edges. So I think this next zone shift is going to be the deciding factor, helping us determine, or rather helping the teams determine who has the highest probability of securing themselves a potential winner chicken dinner. Triple not going to be backing down. Rhino also not going to be leaving anything to chance. Instead takes that vehicle out and now uses it as hard cover. But Greedy trying to find any which way to inch their way closer, looking for any potential opportunity to try and capitalize. But I love the setup going through from Triple, just holding so phenomenally on this elevation.
It's a very good angle that they can really utilize, though it's going to come down to the likes of these teams in terms of the order in which they take these engagements, because if Triple focus too much on the likes of Greedy for Kills, we can have RUKH moving in to take that opportunity to get that crossfire and that potential third party, which they do definitely need to be very careful of. At least with the cover that they have to work with, they can dismay that or at least delay that till the time that they need it to happen. But still, it's going to come down to that first team who's going to make that first move and ultimately start the engagements.
Well, let's see. That zone has, of course, just moved up. All these teams still finding themselves on the edge of zone, so it's no major concern. No one really having to make any major rotations. They can all kind of just sit exactly where they are. RUKH have to move a little bit, but it's not going to be a drastic push. But this is the opportunity now for Triple and Greedy to just look to capitalize as RUKH starts to advance, making their dash. Bronsberg is going to be the first one met with quite a bit of lead. Nosa also cooking up that nade. Out it goes. Is it going to be that opener? Yes, it does find the exact position. And RUKH now, having the tables being turned, now is the opportunity for Greedy and Triple to really rush in and just lay into RUKH.
Yeah, look, we had that zone center up, so there really wasn't a force on any one of these three teams to make their first move. But again, it's going to come down to that patience. It's going to come down to the fact that RUKH tried to make that first move, getting punished for that almost immediately now. So they will lose one of their numbers. Now it looks like they'll lose the second as Vahita reaches on across. So all of a sudden, we are tripling down the numbers that are available for RUKH, and their chances now become a lot tougher, a lot slimmer, as they, as a two-piece, need to go up against the full force of Triple and the three-piece here of Greedy for Kills, who, as we know, has just been taking eliminations left, right, and center, which is unfortunate because RUKH is the closest team to them in terms of eliminations.
Oh yes, and you know, this is just how it's so surprising to see what unfolds in these PUBG Mobile competitive matches as these teams just keep on surprising us. There's no opportunity for that not to happen. But now Triple still going to be holding steady, also just leaning in, looking over in the direction of RUKH. Greedy just timing it a little bit more, but the knock is, of course, connecting in. And this is now that opportunity for Triple to bring in a little bit of a surprise. Are we going to see them now maybe look to leverage the opportunity as we've now just hit that 9th stage? There's no more zone. From here, it is going to be only blue. Rami is going to be the next one to fall. That is RUKH getting eliminated. It is the final two teams, Greedy and Triple. But look at Old Boy just rushing straight on forward. They're not even going to wait for Greedy to play their hand. Instead, they look to bring in the upset. Out goes the utility, but it's Old Boy who gets met with one first as Nasa delivers yet another devastating blow. Triple riding the edge, trying to spread it out as best they can while covering all these angles. Greedy also now trying to do their due diligence before advancing in. This is Thor up on the beautiful Overwatch there. Old boy going to be relaying quite a bit of that information. But Icy now cooking up the nade as Thor comes swinging on through. Finds the first. Vivo goes down. It is all boiled down only to Nossa. Triple still holding on to a three-piece. And this could be that opportunity. Icy about to send one out. Will Nossa fall to their own luck? Yes, there we go. It is a beautiful play. Nossa has taken down so many players with a nade. It is only fitting that they also then get backed up with an A. Triple Esports stepping up, claiming themselves the very first. What a chicken dinner with 9 eliminations to their name.
Aye, that's massive to start through with that first Miramar of the day. But we had so many teams picking up a whirlwind of eliminations. I think we had RUKH also ending up with 9 eliminations. Of course, the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS, they were already on 13 the last time we saw them. So a very, very top-heavy match for these teams into Miramar. And this is the kind of energy that I really like to see. This is what we're talking about, setting that pacing in the first match, in the first day of the finals. This is fantastic to see, DK, because it just sets, you know, all sorts of expectations moving into the rest of the day. But of course we know that was Miramar and the next one's going to be Sanhok. So can you imagine the chaos with this kind of energy?
It's going to be pretty insane, right? Looking at what Triple just did, they brought in that winner chicken dinner, as we saw, obviously 9 eliminations coming through, but they also dealt nearly 1,500 damage. I mean, they went from 4 eliminations to 9 in a blink of an eye. So a phenomenal performance. Let's take a look at the few highlights. What an exciting start this is to the finals. I mean, the team's just getting right down to business, right? No one is wasting any time, stepping up, looking to bring in as many upsets as they can. But I gotta say, Nossa, though, with those nades, I mean, there's something, like, I think Nossa kind of wrote names in advance on those nades and just said, you know what? Go out, go find your owner, and just tell them, you know, how we feel about this whole situation. But that was absolutely phenomenal to watch. And of course, we are going to be taking a look at those match rankings as well to see what the point situation is.
Yeah, what a massive, massive first map. I mean, to bring in 20 points for that first day, for the first game of the day as a GREEDYFORKILLS, it's weird, right? Because all of a sudden we are talking about GREEDYFORKILLS much earlier than we normally would in these matches. So they've definitely brought in a different energy into the finals, which I love. I love to see. Triple Esports as well, locking it down. Good to see them on this side of things, as well as RUKH Esports. So 3 teams that have had some explosive moments as we've gone into the league stage. Now locking it down into this first map really does spell a great bit of things if they can keep this consistency into the rest of the weekend. But of course, Black Hand making that approach, good amounts of eliminations that they managed to pick up, but just that final rotation coming through in that southern portion, I think was a bit overwhelming with the amount of teams that moved in and just started to take them apart bit by bit.
But what's also scary to think of is, like, this is just the warm-up, right? This is only the start of what we're going to see potentially come through for the rest of the finals. I mean, what an insane performance this was. But of course, we need to take a look and see what that second page is. Do we have anyone visiting us at the donut shop?
Only one.
Okay, one. All right. I mean, I thought we got to keep our doors closed, at least for the first match. But, I mean, it seemed like Lag are quite eager to get into the donut shop. We'll welcome them in, of course. But, you know, we want to see them maybe not return in the next match.
Yeah, I would prefer, honestly, it's bad for business, but I'd be happy to close the doors to the donut shop for the rest of this weekend. I want these teams to put through the best performances that we've ever seen from them before, the best consistent performances as well that we've ever seen from them before. So if that means losing business in the donut shop, then so be it. Let's have the best final that we've ever had.
You know what we should do? We should just hang one of those back in 5 minute signs on the door and just never take it off.
Yes.
Right?
It's closed.
And then we'll have the cube building up on the outside. But yes, what an absolutely satisfying performance that it was coming in through to our very first match. As you mentioned before there, as well as next up, we are going to be heading over into Sanhok. And there's only one way for us to get into Sanhok. I'm going to be hopping into a quick break. Just stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 Season Finals. We're here, day number 1, match number 1 ticked off, and we're getting ready to move into game number 2. We're of course heading straight over into Sanhok to see what crazy chaos and mayhem these teams can bring on through. Of course already getting off to an amazing start with all those desert actions coming in, but now as we get ready to rumble in the jungle, as this is where we could take things to the next level. But of course, taking it to the next level, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, as we've seen, Miramar, right, looked exciting, but what are we expecting to see come Sanhok now?
The thing about Sanhok is that it provides a little bit of that chaos energy because, again, compared to a map like Miramar where we have the most amounts of that play area, we literally half it down, going from an 8x8 block to a 4x4 block. So what this normally means is close quarter engagements. We see a lot more rotational clusters. We do sometimes see a little bit of hot drops. We had that especially into the last week of the league stage. We had a hot drop nearly every single Sanhok, which is mad to see. I hope we don't have that today. I expect we don't, but in case we do, that means that there's going to be a wider spread of eliminations. So we shouldn't have as top heavy a map in terms of eliminations. We should see a better spread. But that's only based on the league stage. Of course, we know finals is a whole different beast.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I mean, the team's already proving that in the first match. But as we know, we are prepping ourselves to venture over to see exactly what is going to unfold. I mean, I'm expecting, as you said, right, hopefully we're not getting any hot drops because we've got 2 Sanhoks today, right? So the teams, they don't need to fight to see who's going to be able to claim these positions. But in the meanwhile, there's only one way for us to find out as we move through. Of course, the flight path over on Sanhok doesn't matter all too much. It is going to be more down to what that first zone is going to bring through. But still an interesting spread here. I mean, it's somewhat slightly limiting, especially down to like Camp Charlie, Cave, maybe even Docks.
Yeah, look, there is a bit of a wider rotation. The teams that do favor that southern portion of Sanhok are going to have to take. It's not wild, like you said, it's Sanhok, so I mean, they can get there pretty easily. But it does mean that they're going to delay their boots on the ground just a tad. I mean, when compared to the likes of CRYPTICS, as an example, who we know loves that northern portion of Sanhok. I mean, Tatmokau, Bongnai, they're already there. They're already getting their loots going. So they'll hopefully be set up as soon as possible for this next Sanhok match. But I don't know. In terms of zone, DK, it's going to be a question mark for me. Where would you prefer that it goes?
You know what? My answer for that question would probably be...
You can't say anyway.
No, I was waiting for that. Waiting for the map to reveal. And say right there. That is where I would want it to go. Exactly there, right? That spot. Over on towards the southeastern side. It's going to be interesting because, well, you're going to be happy because Cave is in play. And it's pretty center zone. Lag already held up within that vicinity. URUS also going to be taking a little bit of a spread. It's quite odd to see Weiss where they are, just on the edge there of the quarry. But as we look into Woods Bootcamp, Triple already just riding so high on that adrenaline from picking up the first winner chicken dinner. I want to see where they're going to be looking to push it to this time, right? Are we going to see them now being able to build on that momentum and just keep everything going?
I was gonna say, in terms of the hot drops that we were talking about, the only one that we can really see that's a massive team v team is, of course, the likes of Wave and the Mind Weapon, who have dropped in a little bit of an awkward situation. We got two players out in the water, we got two on the land on the opposite end of this little bit of a river line. So unfortunately for the two in the water, it's a very tough position they have themselves in. We obviously have the like of Luciano trying to provide that cover, finding that knock onto Wave, and really just forcing them out. But now the likes of the Mind Weapon, those two players who were in water, need to get themselves into the compounds, looted up as soon as possible if Wave decide to push this advantage, which they shouldn't, right? Because both of these teams, they're out in the zone. So even though it is a good amount of eliminations they can take early on, it's just going to make it harder when they do make that rotation.
Yeah, but looking at where they find themselves, I wouldn't be upset if the Mind Weapon decided to fall back and rotate to zone, and Wave did exactly the same. Both teams staying their side of the waterway, because they can always just meet up a little bit further on as they move closer towards their trifecta region or wherever else it is that they choose to move towards. So I think maybe focusing on longevity instead of looking to get super aggressive in the early game in such a challenging position, that would maybe be the better call to make. But of course, now another team that doesn't really have to move anywhere is going to be RUKH Esports. They are pretty centered, kind of ish, based on the zone positioning. They find themselves just on the outskirts here of Quarry, but it's completely uncontested. They can go about their business as they wish and not really having to worry about someone coming knocking on their door anytime soon.
No, so yes, there is going to be providing that bit of spacing to work with, getting those teams as much of that peaceful energy as you can talk about it for the little bit of limited time you have on Sanhok before things get very, very crazy. I mean, as we mentioned in terms of the zone placement, obviously Lag holding that center towards Cave. We do see Vista very close in terms of that position towards the center of the zone, just on the opposite end. They're holding a little bit closer towards the northern side of Camp Charlie. And the center portion is going to be an interesting one for me, because if we do center up on this, we know Cave is just, it's such a wild zone to finish on. We had it in the previous PMPL finals as well, I believe, and it was gorgeous. It was also on day one, no, I think. It's either day one or day two, so I don't know if the zone gods just save this zone for the finals, but I love this one. On Sanhok, it's my favorite zone to see.
Yes, I'm right there with you on that one. I mean, I know that you are smiling because Cave is center zone, right? That is, whenever that happens, we've got one happy as proxy on the opposite end there. But in the meanwhile, let's see if we're going to have a few happy teams now, as Greedy and Triple could potentially get into a bit of an altercation. Triple focusing their efforts a little bit more towards center zone, but Greedy, they're going to be focusing their efforts on, well, staying true to their name, right? Trying to lock in a few more elims, a few more points, as Thor is going to be the first one to experience the warm welcome coming through here from Greedy.
Yeah, Thor not really enjoying that welcome right now. Stuck behind a tree. We'll get that mid health back up to where it needs to be before making the final dash with the rest of the team. But hopefully they will get a little bit of helping hand here, because it's going to be a tough one. Smokes deployed. And again, I see on the top of this hilltop actually going to be going down to the likes of Fever. So GREEDYFORKILLS really not making this easy.
Well, I mean, we're not really expecting anything to be easy at this point, right? These teams have worked so hard, and now, well, there's still a lot of hard work left to work through. But Wave also going to be finding themselves in a little bit of troubling positions. We can see them now lighting up Hand as well as the CRYPTICS coming under a little bit of pressure there, as the blue zone is going to be moving through. But Triple seem to be unfazed, just quickly regrouping themselves. I like this upfront position that Thor's holding, allowing quite a bit of information to come through, with Fajita now coming in as that Overwatch. Yeah, successful rotation actually coming through to them from Triple, but now Greedy, what is their answer going to be to this? Will we see them now just rush on forward, applying the pressure, or are they going to try and gather a few bits of information? In the meanwhile, speaking about rushing, it's going to be Arab Golden and Lag now getting into the altercation. A fair trade on either side.
Ooh, love to see this one. A little bit of action. Lag already being challenged for that center portion of the zone, but they were the ones who actually fell back just a tad from this cave position. So they potentially put themselves in the situation. We'll have to wait and see if they can close it out. Already the confirmation onto Erangel. So now the rotation from Arab Golden. Broly a little bit late to the party, but thankfully Lag has slowed things down just a tad to get those med back up.
Oh, here we go. Quality. Doing a bit of an assessment here. trying to do the control, but Knight not going to have any of it. Instead, now Wanted and Knight getting into a bit of a DBS showdown. Mexico, though, does find Broly just on the outside. But let's see where this one is going to move towards next. The shots come on in. This is the rush. Mexico looking for that opportunity. Knocking at the window. Up comes Wanted. The sprays are in. And wow! That was Mexico clutching it with almost no health. But also they emptied out the entire mag.
Yeah, I hope they'll be able to get themselves reset as soon as possible, though, because RUKH have already moved on in for that third party. And again, this 2-1-1 split is going to be a tough one for Lag to now work with. Already the double nade coming through from Pusher. Again, the opener here for RUKH Esports. Now they just need to close it out.
Now the lead is on. It's all down to A9Q, but there's going to be a relentless effort coming through there from RUKH as Bronsberg, again, is going to be the first one to take the damage, but easy claps come in as Pusher secures the final spray, and that is the end of the road. Lag getting shipped out with 4 elims to their name. RUKH now having opportunity to quickly mend themselves back into top shape and then continue on with defending that very center zone. In the meanwhile, the Mind Weapon are going to be making their play for zone, but they're going to be running into a little bit of that virtual gaming and greedy action on the edge.
Love to see it. Again, Sanhok, the joy for me is just to see this constant battle, this constant back and forth between the teams as they are taking engagements left, right, and center. And all that they're doing is just trying to rotate into zone, man. You don't really see this happening on Miramar too often, but now it's going to be virtual gaming applying that pressure here towards the Mind Weapon, already finding one, nearly finding White Boy as well, but he's going to be alive just with this level of HP. Now, thankfully, with that medkit, a little bit more to work with. Virtual gaming, they want to push this one out. They're actually extending out of the zone to try and close these eliminations.
I gotta say, White Boy really quick on their feet on that one. They might have started in Footloose or something, because that was just insane how they were able to just dance around that spray. But now, Virtual Gaming Squad gonna be looking to just leverage this elevation that they have, but they need to be quite quick about it, because we can see Hand also moving in behind them. D-Was now secure the spray. White Boy can only dance for so long. Luciano falls alongside them, and now it's down to Max to hold strong. But will this be... Oh, the opportunity. Nope, it's going to be Alpha Luigi to sneak that cheeky hit in, and down they go. And it's the end of the road. Another team getting shipped out. Down to the final 13 we go.
It's very interesting now what we're looking at, right? We've got Virtual Gaming who obviously exposed themselves. They extended out of the zone to reach in to find the Mind Weapon. We had Black Hand now rotating into that placement just off the side of them. We have the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS as well, who are still holding in the compounds, potentially just keeping an eye out on this engagement and seeing what's happening before they decide. But of course, Black Hand now in a spot of trouble, and what I like about it is they've gotten this information. They see where Virtual Gaming is holding, and you know what they do? They disengage. They take a rotation up north, which I would love if they come through from the northern side, because that's currently open, right? So it provides Black Hand the best possible opportunity to get into this next phase, which I really like to see from them coming through into the Sanhok, because they're locking at least some consistency down to make sure that they start building those points and not lose out on any sort of opportunity.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with you on that one. So let's see how Black Hand are going to look to play this one out. Meanwhile, we do have Wave also venturing in from that northern approach. And I think it's going to go down to first come, first serve. Whoever's able to get themselves secured there, as the zone centers up a little bit more. Now looking quite favorable there for Raad and RUKH. But I mean, this is where the hard work now comes through. Virtual Gaming Squad having to push in Greedy, Vista, the World of Battle. We've got Titans all still having to make that push. But Blackjack now looking to get a little bit aggressive as they've spotted out Raad. That confirmation has been dialed in. That is going to be Rami, the first one out of here. And, well, I like this aggression being brought through. Blackjack looking to double down.
What I like about RUKH, and I think what's going to really work for them in a match like Sanhok especially, have a bit of a role system that's employed, right? They have 1 or 2 players that are dedicated entry points, if you want to talk about that. I mean, especially Pusher, as an example, especially with that last engagement that they had against Lag. You can see Pusher, the first member to push on up, quite literally, to the namesake. And that's going to be working as the entry point. Then you have the 3 members now doing the follow-up. So, especially in a close quarter engagement map like Sanhok, that is really going to bolster them and give them opportunity to get massive eliminations. Up with 5. But we'll have to wait and see if that continues to go to their way and if they can lock down that execution. Meanwhile, CRYPTICS wave over here towards a very crazy northern side, and Petrox actually going to be moving up to try and close this one out against CRYPTICS.
I mean, I gotta say, Petrox super bold. I mean, I would not come rotating up on a Vespa through the blue zone, pulling in alongside CRYPTICS. I mean, that is just next level braveness, right? I want to use different terms, but I can't, so let's go with that one. Meanwhile, Petrox now trying to make a bit of a play. They find the hit. Lazy Boy getting picked up. Wow, what a push that was. I mean, well, now we see why Petrox did what they did, but El Chapo could have a different outcome in mind, as Petrox could get spotted, and this could be a very, very bumpy road.
Yeah, it's a bit of a solo man sacrifice that's coming through. Petrox moving in did unfortunately put the nail in the coffin of the rest of their teammates because the CRYPTICS actually found that extra knock, and now we've got Hemo unfortunately knocked and out in the blue zone, and Petrox in a situation where, again, this rotation is going to be a little bit harder. At least they have a buggy this time to work with. It's not the Vespa, but you can see just this perfect crossfire coming through from El Chapo, and of course Marshall to hold them down, to keep them out of the zone, and the gatekeeper likely will come through, so they can at least get that little bit of revenge onto Wave Esports before the zone pushes them out of position. GREEDYFORKILLS, just in the elimination feed, also finding Titans with Vista helping out as well, so we might say goodbye to Titans momentarily.
Well, let's see if that's going to be on the cards.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. Yep, that's the answer. It's a little bit odd to see Titans getting sent back, but of course they're taking a quick pit stop at our glorious donut shop with a nice little bit of blue juice on the side order there as well. Meanwhile, Vista, they're going to come rolling through. We got Busk. Now the final contender left for the side there of Vista, trying to make the most out of the opportunity, but it's going to be a tough one because there's still so many players hanging around the vicinity.
I'm so glad no one can see my face right now because I'm very perplexed as to what we are looking at. Yeah, we're saying goodbye to Titans. We're saying goodbye to Lag off of the back of a fantastic engagement that they've had. And CRYPTICS relegated down to 2, Wave relegated down to 1. It's all a little bit crazy, a little bit wild right now here on Sanhok. Even Triple Esports relegated down to 2. It's just... make sense of it, please. Someone help me. Anyway, we take a look at the rest of the teams, though. Black Hand, with that northern rotation, that disengagement they took, have now found themselves in a situation where they can actually turn the tables on virtual gaming. If they continue into the zone, they can gatekeep virtual gaming. So, I mean, how the tables have turned in this situation. We'll have to wait and see if they do take that. At the moment, they're still rotating into the northern side, and I don't think they yet have that information where virtual gaming are holding.
Yeah, the tables have turned quite a bit, but let's see.
They do now.
Oh, let's see what's going to come through. URUS just waiting patiently, trying to find a little bit of a reach, but also Triple trying to do exactly the same. It is going to be Fajita and Old Boy on opposite ends, but Rauf, as we know, when it comes to Sanhok, Rauf is one to watch. But where will it go? Farok also just doing their due diligence, keeping a very close eye on everything around them. Marshall, in the meanwhile, will get spotted out, and down they go as Ghazi reaches in for the upset, picking up Ra'ad's first elimination, at least on Sanhok. But where will this go? URUS also yet to find a few elims along the way. Triple sitting very, very comfortable in that center zone alongside them. But here we go, as we venture towards the edge of zone. It's going to be Blackjack moving in, still having their numbers. And it's going to be CRYPTICS just on the opposite side. But El Chapo, I mean, that is such a risky play to make.
And it's the only play that they can make because they stuck around for so long waiting for Petrox to make a rotation, waiting to try and take out Petrox. That Marshall was also late into the rotation, running in straight to Ra'ad, and now, of course, El Chapo just behind Blackjack Esports. And ironically, Petrox has rotated in to the southern portion completely unscathed. So that really didn't go the way that CRYPTICS really planned it out there, unfortunately. The crossfire didn't quite get the mark. But now that zone is going to pop on up, really favoring the likes of Triple Esports, URUS, and the World of Battle here towards the southern portion, just on the outskirts of Cave. It's like it's teasing me. It's saying, we could have been here. We could have been here for a final zone, but not today.
Yeah, you know, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. It is what it is. But in the meanwhile, speaking about what it is, it's going to be RUKH now getting met with that glorious lead sprayed in their direction. Of course, trying to fend off the players here from Hand who are moving in. Alpha Luigi, in the meanwhile, finds Storm. And this is now the opportunity for this full force to come in clutch. 4 teams situated up in towards this northern area. And this is going to be a very sweaty spot to defend.
Oh, Black Hand, RUKH Esports. This is going to be an interesting one. RUKH, of course, holding the high ground, a little bit closer towards that zone. Virtual Gaming also needs to move in.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. It's going to be Black Hand just inching their way closer and closer. RUKH holding steady. They're not going to be looking to just give up this compound. Not just yet. But Black Hand, they want access. They want entry. Because that's going to allow them a little bit more comfort up in towards the northern edge. But oh, look at that. Storm reaches in, finds a bit of an approach. RUKH also now comes in with the mollies. Eugene on fire. RUKH gets sent out. But this is now the opportunity for Black Hand to find that last little bit of RUKH. And will they get it? RUKH, of course, now in a world of trouble. But are they going to be able to make it out of this in one piece, though?
I'm not too sure at the moment. Black Hand definitely catching themselves in a bit of a tough situation. And we can see just up ahead, it doesn't get any easier, unfortunately. At least RUKH Esports have been relegated down to only pushers, so there's a little bit less contention that they have to deal with. Virtual Gaming still going to be reaching in to send a bit of a cheeky nade. Storm now being caught out here. Blackjack Esports locking it down. And if you go even further, it's of course Triple and URUS. So it's a tough rotation if ever I've seen one here for Black Hand.
Yeah, but that's the kind of play that we want to see, right? These teams really having to work through so many challenges. In the meanwhile, Virtual Gaming Squad will get shipped out as well as we get down to our final 7. Black Hand inching their way closer and closer. Not going to take a full-on scent just yet. But first, they want to get those health bars back into top ship shape, whichever, whatever. They want to get they want to get back into a good position again before moving in. Either which way, they could maybe find a bit of a way onto the side there of Triple. We got URUS still hanging in the wing, and this is, I think, going to be quite a bit of an upset now for Hand and Blackjack.
Yeah, look, in terms of this rotation, it's going to be a fun one. That's all I can say, especially now this jump coming through from Blackjack Esports, trying to get the surprising factor on the likes of Triple, but URUS actually stepping in to help them out. Rauf once again going to be that opener here for the likes of URUS, and Black Hand, of course, coming through from the northern side, going to try to do the exact same. At least the smoke's deployed, giving them a little bit of that cover to work with, so they will close the gap, but now they still need to take the compounds.
Oh, they are so close. So close. Fajita just trying to see what's going to come up next as Black Hand rush on forward. Again, the DBSs come out. Rauf, in the meanwhile, will secure themselves a little bit of an elim there. It is going to be Plaza just laying into the side of Blackjack as Phonics gets found out. MG going to be the last lone survivor. Goa sending out that nade. Fajita just trying to dance around the explosions. Oh, ho, ho! Now returning the favor onto Goa as that knock comes through. RUKH just going to be holding on for dear life, looking to see what they can secure. Blackjack, in the meanwhile, will get sent out in 6th place. And it is absolute carnage all over the map.
Man, don't you just love Sanhok? Again, I want to understand why people don't love this map as much as I do. I know it's tough for the players. I know it's tough for the teams. But it is just so damn entertaining. And now we continue on. Triple Esports, URUS still holding those compounds, making the rotation into the zone is going to be a tough one with the likes of the World of Battle holding in such a good crossfire. Just to wait for them to make the rotation. Boom, they step in, they pick up some elims.
Well, let's see how much boom there will be as the teams look to move on forward. It's going to be URUS still holding steady. Triple still the same spot. But the World of Battle now going to be looking to stretch their legs as they've not only got control of, well, a big chunk of that zone, they also got that extra little bit of elevation. And I think the Snake Zone is going to be the big factor here. Oh, and it plays into the hand of the World of Battle. Now they've got that leverage onto all the remaining teams who are yet to get themselves secured, and they have to now get out of their compounds.
they have to move on in the World of Battle. What a position they hold into the Sanhok match. We've got RUKH, Triple, and URUS. All these teams, all these players need to push them out, need to overextend, expose themselves to the likes of the World of Battle, giving them the perfect opportunity to capitalize on those eliminations.
Well, there we go. Even more now starting to fall all over the place. It is down to URUS looking to stand in the way of the World of Battle. It's going to be a 2v3. We've got RUKH. It's going to receive a potential nade. Will it reach? Yes, it does. And look at that slam dunk off the chicken, just getting flung into that pan. What a glorious, glorious nade that was. I mean, the World of Battle doing an absolutely phenomenal thing. 13 eliminations and nearly 1900 damage dealt.
It's wild, man. It is wild out here for Africa, especially now with the second match. Still, we have such a wild set of eliminations. I mean, we normally would say the Sanhok is that match where we start to equal out the eliminations, but the teams just went for everything they could get.
I mean, before we got on air, right, we were talking about it. I said I want to see who's going to be the team who's going to grab the chicken and smack it into the pan. The answer is the World of Battle, right? That is exactly who will be doing that. That is exactly what they did. So what a glorious, glorious performance. I want to see more nades like the nade that Kron just flung over there. I mean, that was just smack dab on point. So beautiful to see. But again, very, very satisfying performance. The team's really rising to the occasion. Again, we saw some heavy eliminations being brought in as well. And of course, we are going to be taking a look at those highlights momentarily, but we're not there quite just yet. Is any particular stand-up performance that you saw in this match?
I mean, we have to give it up to RUKH Esports as well, just with that rotation that they were taking, the World of Battle in that final moment, the positions that they had. It was just too good. So let's go take a look at the highlights.
I wish I had that replay and I would just loop it over and over and over. That nade from Kron was just, it was just like, mwah, right, chef's kiss. It was amazing. We want to see more of that. So, Kron, we saw what you can do, so we want to see more of that in the coming games. But either which way, as we know, some really phenomenal performances coming in. And we're also going to be taking a look at that match rankings to see how many points our respective teams were able to secure for what we saw there. World of Battle, 13 eliminations. But what did the rest of the lobby do?
Man, again, they're just throwing all of my analysis out of the window because they're like, normally we would calm it down on the likes of Sanhok, but the World of Battle, the opportunity they had up ahead of them was just too strong. So picking up those 23 overall points in a match like Sanhok is really nothing to scoff at. We've got Triple Esports, Black Hand, and RUKH once again making a very good appearance, especially towards the top 5 finish. So some consistency starting to show from them, which I like to see. It's first match of the day, so we're going to be looking out for those teams that are stepping up and stepping up the most consistently. Blackjack Esports was impressed with them in terms of the rotations that they took. I mean, they definitely took the proactive decision to grab hold of some great eliminations, but it didn't quite translate in terms of the placements as well. We know that the first page is also quite heavy in terms of overall points, and just off of that and off of what we saw in that Sanhok match, we have a few more customers, unfortunately, in the second page joining us in the donut shop.
At least we know that we've got more than enough blue juice to go around alongside those lovely green donuts, right? Like Rounds was saying, right? It's the
caramelized
lovely...
green.
Yes.
Something.
Yes, with all those sprinkles and whatnot on there as well. But yeah, I mean, still a very, very satisfying performance going through. I mean, Lag, even though they didn't find themselves any placement points, was still able to pick up those 4 eliminations. And as we know, at this point, especially on the first 3 matches of day number 1, right? Any potential points you can find, it's better than not getting your hand in that cookie jar, right? You want to have your share of the points. You want to try and get as much as you can, because once we hit that 3rd match, or just past the 3rd match, it only goes uphill from there, right? It becomes more and more challenging as the teams have pretty much gotten their assessment of what to expect coming through into the finals, and they got to step it up.
But I mean, they've already stepped up in terms of consistency alone that we've seen. Triple Esports, they had quite a bit of a tough showing, especially in week number 3, and now we're seeing them showing that consistent performance in top 5. We're seeing RUKH Esports as well, very reminiscent of that phase 1 RUKH Esports that we saw that made such an explosive start. Once again, explosive start match number 1, come through match number 2 with a little bit of consistency, and the World of Battle, another team we don't normally get to highlight. Sanhok is a little bit crazy though, so we'll have to wait and see if that translates onto Erangel. Then we've got our first 3 maps done and dusted, our first little taste of what the finals have in store for us.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a bit of a taste still. And of course, speaking about consistency, it is time for us now to consistently move over to game number 3. So that means we are going to be taking a very quick break and we'll let the segue slide. So see you guys right after the break.
نجمة جالكسي غادروا من التايتن وغيو الكازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان.
إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأه. لا 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 لا.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 Season Finals. Already we've concluded our first two matches, Miramar and Sanhok. Both ticked off. Well, we still have another dose of those coming through, but of course we are prepping ourselves now for our very first dose of Erangel. So we've played the long ranges over on Miramar. We've played the up close and uncomfortable positions over on Sanhok. Now we mix them both together, right? We get Erangel. And now we get to see what the teams are going to be doing. Are we going to have some of those long-range, uncomfortable plays coming through? We don't know just yet, but we're going to find out soon enough as the teams are going to be venturing over there. But as we've seen what the teams have been doing in these first two matches, right? What do you think that's going to translate into moving into game number 3?
Well, I can tell you already, I'm a little bit concerned for the likes of Titans and CRYPTICS. Two teams that, in terms of just their experience, in terms of their legacy that they brought through in PMPL Africa specifically, there's a lot more expectation placed on those teams to perform, especially into this weekend. We know for Titans, they've also had a few ups and downs into the league phase, but they came in with the most amount of placement points, with the most amount of bonus points, actually. So that gives them that opportunity, that gives them a little bit of leeway, if you want to call it, that they have into this weekend. CRYPTICS is not too far off as well, but it's getting to that point where they need to step up, especially if we have teams grabbing 20 plus points every single match. Those bonus points are going to run out real quick. So for them, from this point onwards, especially let's say after this third map, I want to see these teams starting to lock it down, because that's then the first three maps of the finals done and dusted. You've done your investigation. It's time to bring the action.
Oh yes, bring the heat, bring the action, bring anything and everything that you can find along the way as well. And of course, speaking about finding, we find ourselves down south. This is going to be an interesting one. A lovely horizontal flight path.
Where's Crowns?
The flight path is going to be... Yeah, where is Crowns, by the way? I know he's somewhere, right? We did see him not too long ago, but either which way, I sincerely hope that we don't have a complementary flight path, that it maybe pulls up like Savoni's shooting range somewhere up there, or maybe just center. That could also work out, but I definitely don't want to see it down south.
Honestly, I'm so tired of down south because we've had so many military-based zones in the league stages that, again, it's that case of we've had so many fringe zones, we've had so many fringe situations. These teams, I'm sure, are a little bit tired of it as well with the rotation they've had to make. I would like to see something a little bit wild, maybe going towards that northern side. I know it's going to be making it a bit tougher for these teams in terms of rotations, but hey, that's what we're here for. At least we're not too far off with the flight path. We're still pretty relatively close in terms of the zone to flight path, so it's not too wild, it's not too crazy, but it's definitely going to cut down majority of these eastern sides.
Yeah, it is going to cut down quite a bit on that, but at least we do have a relatively interesting spread coming through as the teams look to get themselves established and positioned. Already RUKH moving up in towards the lovely Gatka there. We can see Lazy Boy and the rest of the team also now just sneaking up on that western edge, looking to find themselves a bit of a positioning over there. And I mean, it's so interesting to watch how these teams are just advancing further and further afield. Of course, VISTA are going to be settling at least for a bit of a potential setup towards that eastern bridge. And I think that's going to be a beautiful setup, especially taking into account that we've got URUS and Wave on that military island, so that could be a great opportunity, but we got to see how this one then plays out.
So to break it down and just to build on to what we were talking about in that little bit of a pre-show, we mentioned, you know, for the likes of Titans, for the likes of CRYPTICS, it's getting to that point where there needs to be a deciding factor. There needs to be something happening here. Because already, if we take a look at the current points just off of those first two matches, we've got Triple Esports already on 100 points, which just cough cough. My goodness, that's wild. Triple digits already. We've got RUKH Esports at 91 points in second place, and then GREEDYFORKILLS in third place with 86. Titan at least still in fourth with 83, but again, they started the day with 79 points. So they've only accumulated 4 points so far in the first two matches. So coming through into this third one, especially coming through into the fourth match, there needs to be a lockdown from the likes of Titans. CRYPTICS, they're finding themselves in seventh place as well with 65 points. So there is a tough battle that's already starting for them. Again, it could be something to say for they're just sussing out the competition, you know, doing a little bit of investigation, making sure those first doses of the map are done and concluded, so they have some information to work with, because the finals are always a little bit wild. but it needs to be locked down for them sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I mean, they've shown their capability within the league stage, proving that they are a team capable of achieving some pretty amazing performances. So we want to see them continue with that. But also, if we look at what we've seen from Titans in previous seasons, it's usually the first day where things don't necessarily go exactly like one would expect. It's normally around about that halfway point, or the second day where things really start to pick up as the teams have gotten over the majority of the jitters, most of the nerves have calmed down, and they are able to really focus on what they are here to accomplish. And I can't wait for that to come through. I want to see what these teams are going to be doing. Will we have a glorious upset? Will we have a new team stepping up, claiming the title of our victors for this season of the PMPL Africa?
I have to say, it is extremely exciting to see these teams. And for anyone that's been following the league stages, especially the previous seasons, they have to agree that this season has been one of the most explosive. It's been one of the most competitive ones we've seen so far, which really does showcase a very healthy scene in Africa, which is always good for the scene. It's always good for these teams because it showcases there's improvement, right? It showcases that it's not just one or two teams that's going to be taking the top slots every single time, blah, 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 which gets boring, by the way. It also means that there's that competitive energy. There is that level at which teams can catch up to the top dogs and potentially take the title away from them, which makes it a very exciting prospect for the likes of obviously PMGC, the regional championships, etc. So with that being said, that's why we want to see those upsets. That's why we want to see these teams now stepping up, especially after map number 3, because then you've had your first dose of every single map. So for this one, I think there might still be some inconsistencies from our top teams from the league stages, but hopefully this is where they start to lock it down.
Yeah, you could almost say it's a little bit of a teething process.
Yeah.
Right? Just the extra little bit of an add-on, right? Coming through to assess the whole situation, or maybe even a litmus test. You can call it whatever you like. There's going to be carnage soon. That's all we know, and that's what we're looking forward to, is to see where that's going to come through, because we don't know just yet. I mean, we're good at a few things, Ez. I'm not going to lie, but
We are?
yeah, I don't know what those are though.
You can
Don't
speak
ask
for
me.
yourself.
No. I'm saying a few things. I'm not specifying. Right? There's no specificity happening here. I'm just saying we're good at a few things. What those are, we don't know. But this is definitely not, us predicting accurately where the next part is going to come through. Yeah, good luck. We don't know. But we'll find out soon enough. In the meanwhile, of course, it is going to be the players here from Blackhand in the usual location up in Yasnaya Polyana, going about their business. Storm just making sure that the tires on the vehicle are bulletproof. Well, not so much as we just saw there. But they also don't seem to be too over-eager to get themselves out of Yasnaya.
Not quite, right? We know with just in terms of the last few matches we've seen, there's been a bit of a slower rotation for some of these teams. They're really favoring the outskirts. I mean, for RUKH Esports, it's been working for them so far this evening. So it makes sense for the likes of them, for Black Hand coming through from Yasnaya, maybe also just looking for a bit of a later rotation. We've seen them do that before. If they can capitalize, if they can choose that timing correctly, they might be catching the likes of Blackjack Esports or Virtual Gaming even off of guard. So there is a potential then there to start getting some good early eliminations, which would be great, but it runs the risk that you are going to be running into a setup, which we've seen before as well. CRYPTICS literally fell victim to that on Miramar. So this is going to be an interesting one. A little bit of give and take for all of these teams, but a little bit more hesitant than others. I mean, Wave Esports is also one of them. They're coming through from the military base island. They know that they deal with Titans on the east. They know they deal with VISTA on the west. So it's almost like, picking your poison at this stage.
Yeah, it's all about timing. That's what it comes down to. And as we know, Titans, they are just going to be hanging around ever so slightly towards that bridge, waiting for all the players there from Greedy to get themselves underway. But Triple, I mean, again, such a favorable position. No surprise, really, to see CRYPTICS venturing all the way up on towards Everest, right? That's a good setup, especially looking at where it is situated within this current zone. But of course, the blue zone is going to be closing up, and it will allow CRYPTICS to just continue to utilize that glorious Everest angle. But they could potentially look to get contested by Triple, who could maybe venture in that direction as well.
It's been a while since we've seen CRYPTICS on Everest, so it's a nice little bit of a blast to the previous season, so we'll have to wait and see if they'll be able to utilize that. Although zone might mean that they might want to rotate off of that as soon as possible so that they don't catch themselves in that little bit of a descend rotation where all the teams are in center waiting to take them out. But over towards that bridge line, as we can see, here towards the west, we've got the likes of VISTA, URUS, and just behind them, Wave Esports likely will join in on the party as well because they haven't opted for that eastern bridge rotation. So here we can see already just behind URUS, now URUS fighting on 2 points here, 2 towards Wave and 2 towards VISTA. How are they going to actually be able to finish this one off?
Well, as we know, it's going to be a little bit of that vehicle utilization coming in here as well. Is it now up to 1 knock? URUS, yeah, they don't have the easiest call here to make. Are they going to look to apply the pressure onto Wave, or are they going to focus their efforts on getting the heck out of Dodge? Because, I mean, VISTA, I love that setup. And that is really applying so much pressure on the side here of URUS. Wave, they don't seem to be two-faced, right? They can just go about whatever they need to do because they're not finding themselves in this situation. So I'm curious to see how that will pan out rather. Now, in the meanwhile, it's going to be Virtual Gaming Squad and Blackjack getting right up close and personal on the edge of zone, sitting on that eastern side. But look at the sprays. One shot. Now just one shot away from the lobby, but is that going to be enough though, as Amodi also takes quite a bit of damage?
Oh, Blackjack Esports, we have just been locking it down. Love to see this moving in now, but of course it's not as easy as they would think. Virtual Gaming still with 2 up. Black Hand now moving on in for that rotation from the northern side. Third party right up ahead of them. This could be a pretty good opportunity here.
Could be. It could be. Oh, there we go. MG. Aquaman, right? This is close to where you got the name. But let's see what's going to come through now as it is down to the final hopeful for the side here. VISTA holding strong, or rather Virtual Gaming holding strong. MG, I don't know if they're going to stay around too long. It is blue zone. But it's only the first stage blue, so it's not going to be causing, or second stage blue, so it's still not that much damage. They can afford to spend a little bit more time here. But as we know, too much of a good thing is definitely not good for you. But here we go as the teams now continue to make a play for the zone itself. VISTA still keeping a very tight position on towards that bridge. But now I'm becoming a little bit worried about VISTA and URUS down there, because if they spend too much time, they're going to fall right there. They won't be able to necessarily make it back into the zone.
No, it's an extremely tough battle now for these teams, especially from that eastern side. So much clustering. I mean, we still have 16 teams left, so you can understand why it is so wild and contentious and why the space is starting to run out. Even GREEDYFORKILLS now likely potentially going down to the likes of Blackjack Esports. So it is just chaos all the way around. URUS holding on to this one, still trying to move into the opportunity, but for VISTA, they are taking hit after hit. If they're not careful, there could be an opening for URUS to try and capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, this could still swing either which way. It's all going to come down to just timing those shots to perfection. And we've seen Ramsey and Weiss also, you know, pull a few habits out of Rats. So let's see if that's going to be the situation here. Slowly inching their way up. It's a boot. I like that coverage. But is it going to be sufficient, as they are also then kind of focusing on getting themselves, or rather maintaining that health bar? And I think Mazzaro now hopping into the vehicle is probably the best call for VISTA at this point.
I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a tough call to make at this point, because you get a little bit of that tunnel vision right up against whatever team you're taking on. But I agree with you. At this, you've taken so much damage, you've taken so much losses, you're just using up your utilities. At some point, you're going to start running out of meds or nades, which is even worse. And now you need to get yourself into that zone, because it's once again centering up to the north. So rotations going to be those focus for VISTA. URUS moving in now, and gonna be an interesting one if we wait and see how they're gonna utilize this opportunity now. As soon as they get into zone, it might turn it around, because they have that southern portion all the way open to themselves.
And that's the kind of positioning that you want moving, and especially looking at how congested the northern approach is. I mean, we've got Arab Golden close to center, they've got CRYPTICS and Greedy just held up behind them. But then if we look towards the north, it is going to be the Mind Weapon, it's RUKH, it's the World of Battle. It is such a congested position. It is even Blackjack in the mix as they've now run into the brick wall of the World of Battle. And it's looking like quite a troubling play, but a glorious spray coming through here from Max as they find Pusher, locks in on the angle. That's one down, 3 more to go.
Oof. Now, rotation. Well, the battle, I mean, they've also had a bit of an interesting position now coming through from that northeastern side. You can see just on the edge there, they've got the likes of Arab Golden to deal with. Of course, Titans split in the mix as well. Just up ahead of them, it's the Mind Weapon, who we also had a little bit of a peek at. And again, this is what happens when you have so many teams still in the lobby and so little space. We are still going to be edging up closer and closer to Everest, so a small portion of Everest still available. You can see Black Hand going to be taking that real estate to themselves. CRYPTICS have relegated it down. They might be kicking themselves for it now, saying, oh man, we could have just stayed there.
Well, they could have, you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda, but it's not going to be the situation as Hand now moves up onto Everest. We got Triple inching in from that southwestern side. Vista also just managing to kind of keep the momentum going. URUS also still in the mix, trying to get ahead of that blue. But I think on this eastern side is where everything is going to really start to increase. So we can see Zuxi and the rest of the team there from Greedy holding steady. Arab just sharing a very similar position to them. But now, look at the World of Battle. I mean, they're all the way back on the edge of that blue zone, and they still have such a long distance to go. Meanwhile, Titans, very similar situation, but they're also trying to bring in a bit of an upset before committing to their rotation.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is where things get fun, right? Because you have this cluster towards the north, you have a cluster towards the sort of southwestern central band that's coming in with the likes of Titans, Ra'ad, and even Lag potentially. And then just towards the south, you have a few stragglers who took some of those bridging engagements a little bit too long. But now, this is where the fun happens, because rotations have come in, teams are in the center, and now they start to find all of the possible eliminations in and around the area.
Well, let's see whether or not AXA is going to get the job done here. Already a really decent spray being brought through, but B6 has been spotted out. Fortunately for them, Nossa does not have the nade in hand, so they will live to fight a little while longer. Meanwhile, it is Knight that is now just getting snuffed out. Kukoa also then falls alongside them, and it's going to be absolute carnage, as we can see a very upsetting play coming through then for Lag, getting taken out in 14th place. Only 2 elims to their name, but AXA now feeling all that pressure that they themselves have just been applying.
I love it. I love the back and forth. I love the pressure that is being built here with these teams. But the closing needs to happen. We need to see some opportunities here now. Eliminations in the pockets, please. You can still see on the match ranking just to the right, it's not as explosive as the previous matches because it's just been about rotations. It's just about getting yourself into placement, into position for this next phase. It has been a wild ride for these teams. Now here is where we might see some explosive energy. The World of Battle caught out in the blue, now taking heaps of damage. Arthur just down to a sliver. Kron as well, barely holding on by a thread. And thanks, of course, to the likes of the Mind Weapon who have been dealing this damage. Their confirmations got come through. We say goodbye to one team, and we might say goodbye to a few more. Triple Esports already picking apart GREEDYFORKILLS as well.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough, right? I gotta say that. It is just absolute insanity as the teams continue to try and secure themselves a bit of a footing here. But Arab Golden, nice steady setup, taking their swing down south, focusing on towards the side there of Ra'ad. As we can see, RUKH also not out of the woods, right? The Mind Weapon trying to figure out what their approach is going to be to get themselves secured as the blue zone is about to close on completely. It will take us into our next stage, our next phase. And this is Triple being blessed. I mean, smack dab center setup. That is the kind of positioning that you want moving in. And as we know, they are a team that is very capable of defending such a position.
Very capable indeed, but we don't know. These teams, they have been bringing such a different energy that it might not make a difference when we finally get into these moments. The Mind Weapon, they're still holding on. Smokes deployed, trying to get them some defensive cover here, but RUKH now utilizing that as an opportunity just to find those few straggling pixels. Titans just behind them, and of course Arab Golden still in the mix as well. So these shots from RUKH are honestly just putting the nail in the coffin of the Mind Weapon.
Yeah, but Rami now finding themselves in a very difficult position because, you know, they've run out of ammo. Only 26 rounds remain. That's it. So a very selective approach from Smoke, forgetting to reload. That is super important, especially if you want to try and push up and get the hit up onto White Boy. Now it is going to be the Mind Weapon losing Luciano. Dalhop holding on for dear life. Going to try and ride out this Blue Storm. But yeah, it is absolute carnage as the shots continue to fly. Arab Golden, I love the setup. It allows them such vantage points. But is it going to be sufficient though? Because they don't find themselves within the zone. They need to reposition. And of course, Dalhop will come in swinging. But down they go. Broly puts an end to that. But you got to commend it. The Mind Weapon, they tried so hard.
They did. They really put in such a good effort to hold on into those final moments. I mean, just the smoke deployment, trying to stay alive, and then, unfortunately, RUKH just finding some of the best sprays so far. CRYPTICS, though, loving the rotation that they're having towards the northern side. Arab Golden now, and of course, the likes of Titans moving in. RUKH, oh, goodbye! Love to see that. The shutdown from CRYPTICS. This is a little bit more reminiscent, and this is what I love to see. CRYPTICS and Titans stepping up in the same match. This is the good timing to really bring in the points.
Not only that, they're stepping up side by side. Look at this. It is CRYPTICS. It is Titans. And of course, it is going to be Arab Golden now getting caught in the middle of this whole altercation. I'm not quite sure whether or not Broly and Wanted are going to be able to make it out. As we know, definitely Wanted won't be able to get the job done here, as they've been confirmed on down. Oh, T coming under fire as Broly steps in, and that is Arab Golden just getting swiped right on down. Titans also losing another player, as we can see Teak holding on for dear life, but they are fortunately not the final contender. They still have Puncher. Oh, but down goes Teak as well. And now Axa all the way down south, not really able to bring in a bit of a helping hand.
I mean, there's very limited opportunities now here for a lot of the teams. In terms of the stretch, in terms of the spread that these teams are holding, there is a lot of cutoff, especially with the ridge lines that we have here. CRYPTICS moving in from that northeastern side. They have some ridge lines to work with, but unfortunately they have to rotate in. And Triple, the reach they have in the center position is massive. You can see all the way from center. They can reach in. They can take some of those eliminations to themselves. So if they still have this zone next phase, ooh, that is looking good for Triple.
Yep, that could be a zone bless. But let's see. I mean, I love what CRYPTICS have been doing so far. They just showed up so aggressively. But will they be able to keep that momentum going? As they've now find themselves in a little bit more challenging position. VISTA also getting spotted out as they too look to venture up from that southern side. But the reach, again, this compound being held by Triple, just so phenomenal.
Oh, it is so funny to see. I mean, in terms of the rotation, right, Black Hand have been involved in so many altercations up until this point, but then they get cut short because of the zone moving in. And once again, they found a good opportunity right up ahead of them, but they need to be fast with it. The zone is coming in.
Well, let's see where it's going to go, though. The pressure's on. The heat is on. Up comes Black Hand, looking to contest Triple. Will they be able to pick it up, though? It is going to be a very challenging play. But Hands, they do have the numbers advantage. Oh, but they don't anymore. As Koa gets put to bed, Fajita laying into them. And now it's going to be the advantage sitting in favor here of Triple. Storm cooking up a nade. Will this be the one that 2-2 split on the side of Triple? Could be exactly what Black Hand need to get the jump here. Ooh, it doesn't seem like Fajita's going to look to stay around for much longer as they just inch their way a little bit further back into safety. Meanwhile, Titans getting taken out in 6th place. 11 eliminations to their name. Again, some very aggressive performances here. But look at this. Triple, I mean, they seem like so unfazed. I mean, there's teams all over them. And they just like, you know, it's fine. We'll just sit here, have a bit of a coffee, maybe shoot at a few people, and that's it.
Yeah, there's not really much that's looking to phase them at the moment. So Black Hand still have to make that move into the compound. They can be able to actually isolate Fajita here. You can see they step out. They're going to be hearing all of that footsteps. The sound triggers are just too good for them, and that timing is massive. Now they've managed to take down one elimination. That smoke is going to be deployed, but the numbers finally are here for Black Hand. A little bit of a helping hand with Red Dogs does mean they find one, but still the rest of Triple to try and sniff out.
Let's see who's going to pick it up though. Triple pushing up. Oh, looking to
Ooh.
defend. Hand down to one. Is going to be solely reliant on Redox to see if they can keep the hopes and the dreams alive. We'll find out soon enough what's going to happen exactly. Meanwhile, it's going to be CRYPTICS now just on the ridge. 2-piece left. El Chapo, Marshall reaching in with the utilities. Looking to bring in a bit of an upset. But one thing that I've noticed is that no one has shown any kind of attention or focus onto the side of Vista. I mean, they're just sitting so pretty down south. No one is bothering them. They can just slowly move up. Meanwhile, up north, it is absolute carnage. It is Black Hand, it's Triple, it's CRYPTICS also now about to move on through and want to see who's going to be the one to get the jump. But also, we're waiting to see where this next zone is going to be taking us.
Yeah, we need a little bit of those answers to move in. Triple has been zone blessed once. Will it happen again? Vista towards the southern portion. Already CRYPTICS spotting them out, applying that pressure. And we still have a little bit of a zone blessed towards Triple Esports. Wave, Petrox, once again, the solo alive. Wave trying to keep the name alive. But will they be able to, as skillfully, sneak on into this next phase?
Well, let's see if there's any sneaking that's going to come through. Marshall. Ooh, looking for the opportunity here. I mean, El Chapo is scary low on health, but as we can see, they are on the mend. They are going to be looking to get themselves patched up. Same can be said there for the side of Triple as well. But how's CRYPTICS going to play this one? Because, I mean, maybe rotating along the western side back in towards the zone could be a viable option for them to maybe take here. But Redox also just going to be counting their blessings. They've not yet been spotted, not yet been found. Triple having a pretty good idea as to where Redox could be situated. But Vista, I think this is going to be the upset of the day. At least now on Erangel, looking at what we have with Redox also then getting taken out.
Yeah, I mean, Petrox really not posing a threat at this moment in time. Vista has been left to their own devices for a little while longer. We do know that there is some information available for Triple Esports and CRYPTICS as to where Vista are currently holding. So we don't know how long that's going to be the case. But now Triple Esports, if CRYPTICS move into Triple, if they focus this engagement, we're not really going to be able to see Vista necessarily jump in, especially if it's in the compounds. So this might be a prime opportunity for them to then take the advantage, to take the rotation in and go for the third party, potentially even grabbing that winner chicken dinner. But it's going to come down to the choice by CRYPTICS. They are a duo. Do they want to take the 3 of Triple first or the 3 of Vista?
I think, honestly, for CRYPTICS, Triple is going to be posing the biggest challenge, the biggest threat at this point, but they don't know what we know, right? They can't see what we can see here. So Vista does seem to be some easy pickings there, but all Vista's got to do is just hold steady, because there's no need for them to move up just yet. But the next zone is going to reveal all, as we'll find out in the next few moments. Petrox also just still alive, inching their way closer and closer, fighting it out. Oh, Mazzaro getting bold, but sends it in as Bisk secures the hit over into Thor. What a beautiful reach that was. Now comes the troubling part, because Vista, they have to move up. They don't have a position within that zone anymore. And this is where CRYPTICS could actually come in quite clutch. They could help dispose of Triple, or it could be the other way around. So let's see what Vista will be making of this whole situation.
And you gotta love to see it. Vista just once again finding such a prime opportunity to at least stay alive a little bit longer, hold on just a little bit more, but still they have to close that gap. You can see just the amount of spacing, the ground they need to cover to still hold on into this next phase, to still be in contention for a winner chicken dinner. They need a distraction. They need CRYPTICS to step in, or Triple to step into CRYPTICS. Either way, they need these two teams to go against each other, to be that distraction, to be that opportunity to quickly cover the ground and hopefully go for the third party. Else that zone is just going to slowly but surely push them out of position, push them out into the open, and that's going to expose them.
Yeah, but this is where Triple have quite quite the upper hand. CRYPTICS, they are not secured within the zone. They still have to push, so they don't have many options with regards to their next few plays. And they've got only 30 seconds to make that call. And this is that saving opportunity now as VISTA gets to move up, as CRYPTICS have to push forward. They move right into the spray there, and that is it. A very swift disposal coming through from the side of Triple as they sent the CRYPTICS backing. But down to the final 3 we go. Petrox still going to be holding strong there for the side of Wave. Triple now having to figure out where this next zone is going to be taking them, but VISTA, just capitalizing on the available opportunity. Look at that spread already dispersing so wide. And now they start to take aim over onto a Triple already. Finding a little of that old boy positioning, looking for those hit markers, but not able to pinpoint them exactly just yet.
Gotta love it, man. You just have to love the energy that VISTA is still posing a threat to the likes of Triple. I mean, the fact is that they haven't been taken out already. The fact that they haven't already been, isolated time in and time out based on their positioning is wild to me. And now, Petrox moving in, a little bit of distraction, and Mazzaro, who other than Mazzaro picks up an elimination against Triple.
Oh, this could be it. This could be tickets. Icy so low on the health bar, and it's all come down to how this final one plays out. Up comes the spray. That is Mazzaro and the rest of VISTA to secure themselves the winner chicken dinner. What a glorious play that was. I mean, it was phenomenal. VISTA rising to the occasion. 7 eliminations, 1,300 damage being dealt. I mean, this is the kind of improvements that we want to see, right? Teams just looking to capitalize on the available opportunities.
Honestly, like, if you go and you try and break down how that was possible for VISTA Gaming, like, if we had an AI right now trying to give you the win ratio between VISTA Gaming and CRYPTICS, VISTA Gaming wouldn't even have been a consideration. VISTA Gaming had no good position. They didn't have the zone. Time in, time out, they did not have zone. They also didn't have the craziest of numbers in terms of the angles and in terms of the engagements they could take. They were outnumbered. They had 3 teams technically against them. And they pick up a winner chicken dinner off that? There is no conceivable way other than just, skills, man. Skills into this one.
They've been blessed, right? They've been blessed, and what a blessing it was. Of course, getting served a winner chicken dinner right there. Gotta give it to Mazzaro, some pretty exciting stuff. But of course, speaking about the excitement, we are going to be taking a look at our highlights from this last match in a short few moments. So there are going to be quite a few great plays. Let's take a look. Oh, some absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming through there yet again. But that also then means we've reached the halfway mark for today. Right, the teams have now had the opportunity to play one of each of the maps. And now we just copy, paste, rinse, repeat. Right, we're going to be running through the same thing. But of course, before we get there, let's take a look and see how many points our respective teams were able to secure in this last match.
Look, I'm still trying to sort of process the fact that we have VISTA Gaming on the top of the match rankings with 17 overall points off of the back of the wildest one. I mean, 3v what? We had 3 plus 2 plus another one. It doesn't make sense in my brain, but they made it happen just with that mentality, with that calm energy they brought in. You mentioned how Triple Esports were chilled. VISTA was the next level of chilled. I mean, they had it locked down. To be able to lock that one in, it was gorgeous. But of course, massive shout out to CRYPTICS and Titans. We said I needed them to really lock it down. I needed them to sort of bring up that energy. And they both picked up, they were the only teams that picked up double-digit eliminations into this one. So that is just, magnifique.
Yeah, it was absolutely magnifique. But as we go on to our second page, again, only one team taking a quick pit stop at the donut shop, so welcome Greedy. But either which way, the numbers are there. Ab Golden, at least being able to secure themselves a placement point alongside that elimination. I mean, it's not ideal, but still, it shows that, you know, the teams are looking to bring in all these upsets, bring in all these different changes they can moving into the finals itself. But you just said, talking about the players there from Vista, that they were so chill, right? Like next level chill. There's only one thing that I know that's that chill: sloth, right? Completely unfazed, regardless of what you throw at it. So, you know, we'll go with that. Whatever. That's the level of chill that we saw just coming through on that side. But again, a very exciting set of matches that we've had. And now we're going to be repeating it all again. Next up, we are going to be heading back into game number 2 of Miramar. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break.
نجمة جالكسي غادروا من التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك، وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان.
الى هذا الزون يحاول انه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ باصابه ثانيه
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية بصفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله،
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأ. لا 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 لا.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, 3 games already done and dusted. We're halfway done with day number 1. That means next up, we're going to be heading right over into Miramar again to see if the teams are going to be bringing in some adjustments, some improvements to better their overall performance as they venture out into the desert once again. And of course, this is where we get to see yet again what these teams are looking to bring in with regards to those upsets. Because, I mean, already, right out of the gate, such a crazy momentum that these teams are looking to establish here.
I mean, you want to break it down. First two matches, we have the likes of Triple Esports, RUKH Esports stepping up to the plate, really grabbing hold of those winner chicken dinners. And then all of a sudden, we have something similar that happens into the third match, but it is CRYPTICS and Titans picking up the massive elimination. It is VISTA Game picking up the winner chicken dinner. So we had a bit in chat, why do we not have an AI that's actually doing this statistical talk that I was mentioning in the previous little bit of a section after the break. But yeah, I don't think it can. I don't think there's a possibility that an AI can actually try and do any of this statistical talk because none of the teams stick to the stats. It's been driving me nuts this season because I've thrown out my stats book because it's useless. Because they keep changing up the strategies. They keep bringing in a completely different set of energy.
That's why my stat book is just clamped shut.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
yes.
Closed.
Because there's
Mine's
no
in the trash. It's done.
No, I won't go that far, right? You can't waste paper. But yes, mine is just locked up. It's I'm not gonna open it up. So we'll just sit here and try and figure out what on earth these teams are going to be looking to bring through next. But of course, moving into Miramar, it's going to be their second opportunity to bring in a few of those needed adjustments. But this is where I'm curious to see who's going to be the ones to step up, right? Because as we know, Titans, they are a very strong team when it comes to their performances on a map like Miramar. But they finished in 7th place in the first one, right? Are we going to see a bit of a change in there? And of course, as we also then know, we did have the players there from Triple Esports. They stepped up, they pick up that first winner chicken dinner. Are we going to see what that flight path is going to be bringing? Will it be very similar to what we've had in our first serving of it? Or is it going to change? Well, the answer is obviously that it has changed up quite a bit.
It has indeed. I mean, I'm really impressed with how quickly these teams are adapting. I'm really impressed with how quickly they're stepping up to the plate, grabbing these points. We always say that we want to see this happening, but it's always easier said than done, right? It's always easier saying, oh, you're more consistent. Oh my gosh, just go get winner chicken dinners. It's not that easy. You can't just say it. So the positioning that these teams are taking, the rotations they're bringing in, all of this strategic shutdown is what I love to see. And this is why we really get excited when you get into the finals. We really have that opportunity to start breaking down the teams and their strategy a little bit more, because this is the best version we'll ever get to see of them. We take out the randomness of the groups, we take out the randomness of the group shuffles and the map shuffles, and we give them an equal playing ground. This is where they're going to shine, and so far they've been doing exactly that. But hey, we've got our next Miramar up, and Adam, and question is what that zone is going to look like.
Adam, and the question is, okay,
oh my
sure.
Goodness. See, this is what we
No.
say.
No. This is what we want. It's the finals. There's no time for pleasantries.
Where's
right?
crowns?
We want to
see
we want to see these teams sweating. We want to see them earning those positions. And of course, well, this is exactly what the zone is going to allow. Now, Triple taking a nice little bit of a drop over down in towards that loss. Higos position, Wave not too far from them. CRYPTICS going to their usual position up in towards Chumasera. But I like what I'm seeing up in towards Pozo, because we got Raad and Arab Golden now just kind of sharing the space here. But they are going to start bumping heads momentarily as Broly is already getting himself set up for a bit of a bounce onto again.
We love to see this. Raad Arab Golden already spotting out a great opportunity. Broly, I mean, just what an opportunity, right? Tell me one player that has one isolated player right up ahead of them, clean shot, open angle, and is not going to take that elim. Who doesn't take free elims? But here it is, Arab Golden already picking up that first one. We now have that question in our minds whether or not the rest, of course, of Raad is going to retaliate, whether they'll take that rotation out of El Pozo, because a bit of a hot drop into El Pozo is, again, it's a strange time to bring that in finals. Sometimes teams might try a few, different things moving into Miramar. a little bit of a surprise, maybe to see if it works a bit better. Now that they have that double dosing of Miramar, you know, there is something to say for that potential adaptation, and they can do it a lot sooner. But ultimately, rotations, and we need Ra'ad to step it up. We need them now to have that massive game that the likes of CRYPTICS and Titans had over towards Erangel.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. But you got to also give it to Arab Golden for bringing the upset, because we know they normally like to go down towards Los Leones, right? So this time around, they left Blackjack and Wave to kind of just enjoy the space, a lot more flexibility over in that region, and they decided to bring a bit of an upset. I mean, you gotta try, at least test the water, see what's gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, this is what we kind of wanted to see come through from our respective teams. But of course, one of the teams we're also still looking to see that increase, that return to glory, right? It's going to be Titans. But they're going to be situated all the way down in towards that Val del Mar triple, just a little bit further down south, of course, occupying Los Higos. And we can see Thor just inching their way closer towards that bridge. I'm curious to see if anyone's going to dare venture across that bridge looking to play down south.
Just to add on to what you were saying earlier, the reason I'm saying it's wild is because this is one of the few zones where Los Leones is actually a good position into this first phase, right? This is one of the few points in the zone that is still open and still gives you that opportunity and that advantage. And in this one time, they don't go there. So it's... again, look, there's a little bit of time to try some action, especially on day number 1. I guess if you're going to try something crazy, let it be on day number 1 before you start to lock in some of those consistent points. But hey, we wait, we see, we wait and we see. Moving on to the rest of the teams, of course. Lag, one of the wilder rotations, already running a 2-1-1 split. You got 2 members of Lag in Impala. You've got one of Escanor in Al Azahar and the other of Lag, that being Knight, all the way in Terra Bronca. So... mad rotation that they're going to be taking now to get themselves into zone, and hopefully they won't be caught out with the mind weapon as well. A little bit more crazy action towards San Martin, if you can say that even. I mean, URUS and Virtual Gaming, they're kind of close with that rotation. I don't really see them jumping into each other just yet. We've got Black Hand as well towards Water Treatment, who are pretty close to those two teams, but again, it's a bit of a stretch for them to get involved, especially in this first phase. So hopefully this wild west sort of attitude is the last that we're going to see in the first phase, because teams need to, you know, lock it down, DK. They need to be more consistent.
Yeah, it's almost like a wild north that we've got happening right here. But
and west, because it was in the west.
Yes, but the west is best, right, when it comes to zones. So let's see how this one is going to unfold here. In the meanwhile, CRYPTICS, very centralized positioning. I like this elevation. And in a position that I know really well, because it's on my ranking path. So welcome, thanks for that one, CRYPTICS. But either which way, the players here from the mine weapon also going to be looking to inch their way closer and closer as they firstly try to catch up to that blue zone. Going to be making a quick little bit of a pit stop, as is Lag. And it's still such a tough play to make. I mean, there's no clear way right back in towards that zone. I mean, we do see the players here from the mine weapon potentially getting ready to get into a bit of an altercation with Lag, depending on what Lag's intentions are. But once they get past this initial point, it's smooth sailing, at least for the time being, until they get all the way up in towards Los Leones.
Los Leones is going to be wild. Maybe that's why Arab Golden didn't want to go to Los Leones. It's because they knew that wild rotation is just going to happen there. So they were like, you know what? Boots on the ground sooner rather than later. Let's just hop into El Paso and see what's happening on that side of Miramar. But for now, it looks like a lot of the teams are going to be favoring that southern portion of the zone. You know, those Chumacera Hills, especially Val del Mar, where we would normally see the likes of Titans favoring as well. CRYPTICS in that situation pretty close as well, but we know this terrain is a little bit wild. It gets a little bit hairy, especially for teams who don't set themselves up sooner rather than later. We can really see that happening right up ahead of us. Lag, with their wild rotation, somehow, some way, they have managed to encircle the likes of the mind weapon.
Yeah, mind over matter. I guess that's the thing that we can see coming through right here. It's going to be Dalhop now off in the distance, managing to evade it for the time being. Escanor looking very satisfied with themselves there. I would also be if I had a monster truck, but let's see whether or not they'll help and the rest of the mine weapon are going to be able to get themselves secured. Again, CRYPTICS now with the setup towards the bridge. Triple. So yeah, trying to see how they can move in. We got Thor now starting to fall back. And of course, down south there is where we can see the players from RUKH also joining up in towards that Los Higos position. But Titans, I mean, not an overly aggressive rotation, and there was actually no need really for them to move.
No, I mean, just with the way that that zone has been shifting all the way to the south, time in and time out. So potentially just reading that one in and really capitalizing again on those Chumisera Hills, getting set up sooner rather than later. I mean, GREEDYFORKILLS, Titans, those are two teams that into this next phase, I'm going to be very excited to be looking at to see what they can bring in. Some great rotations that they can grab there. But meanwhile, before we even get into the zone, we've got Wave, Blackjack, Esports on the outskirts. Of course, the neighbors coming through from Los Leones have rotated together, shoulder to shoulder, and now it looks like they're a little bit tired of each other.
Yeah, someone was playing music a little bit too loudly, and here we go now. It is going to be that altercation heading in both directions. But Blackjack looking to get themselves out of that, and the same can be said here for Wave. It seems like both teams have come to the realization is that they can continue the altercation in the zone instead of going toe-to-toe with each other and that blue zone that is just around the corner. But Titans now going to keep pushing in, trying to now regain a little bit of that ground as they are retreating a little bit further towards that more centered position. But as we've seen a similar zone to this come through in the previous season as well. And I mean, last time this was an absolute upset.
Look, I mean, in terms of upsets into the finals, we have also seen in past seasons, you know, a few shuffles, especially towards that final day. We'd have one, you know, a few teams on the first day sort of just setting the standard, and then come day number 2, they almost get shut down immediately. You know, teams immediately go that evening, they do that VOD review on the Saturday, and they're like, cool, we know what you do. It's done. It's dusted. We're going to shut you down. So there has been upsets before, but I would really like to see the upsets already starting now. I would like to see that constant fight, that constant back and forth between these teams to really make this an exciting final.
Yeah, we want to see the proactiveness coming through. The teams really looking to showcase how much information they've been able to gather and how they can utilize it to their advantage. But in the meanwhile, speaking about advantage, there's not all that much to be had in center zone. It's going to be the wall of battle trying to move up Titans. Now just relying on their ridge line cover to bring in a bit of an upset. But Teak has also been spotted out as Muhammad just reminds them, you got to look both ways before crossing the street. But here we go. I like all these reloads going in. I mean, luckily we don't see a M249 being utilized, at least not right now, right? Because that's not a weapon you can fire 2 shots and then start reloading, right? It takes like 5 minutes to reload, so you gotta time that one to perfection.
It takes half of the map basically to reload, so you need to choose your reloads wisely, honestly. But here we go, that zone very close to closing out and shifting through. We have to wait and see again. Just blessing the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS, the World of Battle I'm going to throw into that mix as well, and of course Titans. Of course, towards that outskirts position, we've got URUS, we've got Arab Golden, they can move in as well, giving a little bit of that contention, but really going to be focusing on GREEDYFORKILLS and Titans, because we know that they've been picking up massive eliminations, so capitalizing here would just be the best start.
Oh yes, I mean, it would be an absolutely phenomenal set of plays that could come through just here. But I mean, as look at this, right? We still have all 16 teams up. We've only lost 4 players. That is 1 player from RUKH, 1 from VISTA, 2 from the mine weapon. But this is where you're going to see the number really start to dropping as A9Q follows suit right on cue on that one. Let's see whether or not Escanor is going to be able to survive this. Pusher also coming under a little bit of fires. Bronsberg now rushes on forward, quickly sneaking in, and this is a great opportunity now for RUKH. Oh, but Bronsberg, yep, there we go. It's going to be Escanor, also now dealt quite a heavy hand, but Lag not out of the woods. They still have 2 players up. You can see Mexico now pushing in. Knight just trying to keep a little bit of an overwatch here, but Bedrocks from Wave also going to be venturing in.
Oh, Petrox. It's always Petrox. I don't know what Petrox did this morning. I don't know what they had for breakfast, but they have clearly brought in the survivor mentality moving into today's matches. Always staying alive for Wave, and now potentially even being one of the first players to step up. We'll wait and see if Wave can grab some of those eliminations. Got RUKH that just rotated a little bit down. URUS, of course, in Virtual Gaming, in the meanwhile, have found one another once again. RUKH now being met with a bit of a hard battle here. If they get shut down, it's going to be tough for them to bring in that consistency that they started off so well with in the first two matches.
Well, let's see whether or not they're going to be able to get the ball rolling here. RUKH, as we know, this is not Sanhok, so we don't need to be too worried just yet. But up comes RUKH. Looking to crash the party. It's going to be Virtual Gaming Squad held up right ahead of them. Ooh, glorious nade. Nice. Finds a decent amount of damage onto RUKH. But as we know, it's going to be a little bit of a tennis match, right? Both players on either end going to be sending it out. And it is, of course, Virtual Gaming who gets the opening there as RUKH falls. It's now down the rest of URUS to see if they can bring in a little bit of that repayment. Of course, both teams now sitting on a loss either side. Both teams having a knock. So where will it go?
Virtual Gaming. Rotation now up. They have dropped one. They're still trying to hold on Alpha Luigi if they can find that nade. Maybe there's an opener, but unfortunately, it's just a second too late. Just barely misses the likes of URUS. That follow up through the entrance doesn't even reach. How is RUKH still alive is the question. But URUS, they can bring this one back. They can also bring in a little bit of those eliminations. But again, this has got a time limit on it, right? It is out in the zone. They need to finish this off soon.
Well, let's see what they're going to bring in. It is going to be RUKH now. Looking to push in. Nice break coming in there from Hazem. RUKH on the pressure. Will this be the one, though? Here we go. Oh, D-Was in the corner with the barrel. Up against the full force. Oh, as URUS now move in. And they swiftly deal with all the opposing points right here. But there's still one lurking in the woods. It is going to be one shot. Just waiting on the edge, trying to ride out these ridges, trying to get that opportunity, that angle on towards URUS. But, of course, also, disengaging is also a very well-deserved decision to make at this point.
Yeah, a disengagement of this engagement is going to be the best opportunity they can bring in to bring some longevity into the Virtual Gaming camp. But it's, again, going to be easier said than done. One shot going to be relegated down as the only member left here for Virtual Gaming. Rotation for them is not going to be easier as well because it looks like they're heading in straight, potentially, to Blackjack Esports. Now, we gotta wait. We gotta wait to see how these teams are gonna translate this into a winner-winner chicken dinner. We got the Mind Weapon moving up in from the southern point. You can see just RUKH Esports, slowly but surely, they are entering into this territory for a little bit of fight.
Ooh, here we go. The sprays are there, but will it follow? Yes, it does. And that is now RUKH locking in their fifth elimination, taking the lead. But for how much longer are they going to be able to maintain this? Finding themselves in a beautiful setup on that southern edge. The remainder of the teams, of course, all positioned much further towards the northern edges. But Wave also playing a very, very edge game. You got CRYPTICS and Titans just gatekeeping them. And I mean, Wave, they're going to have their hands absolutely full trying to secure themselves a decent position here.
Oh, CRYPTICS up now once again, looking to get some back-to-back wins, at least just in terms of the points that they can add to their overall tally. I mean, they had that fantastic Erangel match. Now they just need to try and double it down. And into this one, they still haven't yet found their first elimination. They have that position in zone, good compounds to work with here on the outskirts, but information is what they're lacking. Blackjack Esports moving in on URUS as well. Uphill battle for them to try and hold on to this one. Hamodi already relegated down to such a sliver of HP, but it looks like they still have some surprise left up.
Yeah, well, they still got all their numbers to work with. RUKH now going to come through with a bit of a smash on towards that monster truck. Blue Zone going to come knocking on their door as well, so that will hamper the advance, at least for the time being. But that doesn't stop them from taking aim at Phonics and the rest of the crew. Up comes Zeke, trying to pay a little bit of a reach here. Oh, but look at one shot. just looking in the wing. This could be a nice, glorious upset. But Raouf, relentless in the effort, continues to spray on through. But Greedy also now moving into position alongside them. So this just goes from tough to even more so, as the teams have to move up the zone, just centering into that no man's land. And this is where all the carnage now ensues as we lose yet another team.
Oh, bring it in. 12 teams now left. CRYPTICS up, potentially the next team. Yeah, for some engagement to work with. Again, that zone has just shifted off of this position. So, once again, it is a time limit. Petrox has been the thorn in the side of CRYPTICS for so long, and now it looks like they might be ready for it. But here is the step up from Hemo.
Wow, what a trade-off it is on either side. But CRYPTICS now looking to clean it up. Things are looking a little bit shaky. There we go. Nice confirmation coming through from Hemo. A lazy boy. Oh, DBS for the clutch. Now it's down to Gaddafi. A 1v1 between Wave and CRYPTICS. Who will be the one to claim it? Of course, now Titans, they cannot resist. They can hear all the sprays. They can see everything going on in the feed. And of course, they have to step up and get their slice of the pie as they take down Lazy Boy. And that is going to be end of the road. URUS also then follows suit. Titans now not done just yet. They're looking to pick up a few more. They know that there's someone just holding within these buildings. Oh, this could be the play. Teak trying to time that nade to perfection.
Ooh.
Sends it out. Doesn't find Gaddafi yet. But a follow-up one gets sent in. Yeah, it's not going to do anything at this point. But Titans now definitely in a position where they could leverage their advantage here and put an end to Wave.
A few more nades potentially could close this one out for Wave, but for the time being, Titans will take the rotation, just getting themselves onto that ridge line. Again, they have this time, they have the spacing. If they can get themselves into zone, they can sit, they can wait, they can just wait a move coming through from Wave Esports and potentially to close this one out. They have the time to hold on to this gatekeep. RUKH Esports are also going to be saying goodbye to them. So 5 eliminations they'll be taking down in 10th place. Already, we are seeing some massive upsets, which I love to see. We're only going from map to map.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And this is looking pretty hot and spicy. But now it's going to be Hemo getting caught in the kitchen as Titans move in. Oh, look at this. They've got the setup. The full 3 piece just holding on the front line, getting ready to apply all the pressure they can muster. But Hemo looking for that opening, that way out, as it is going to be somewhat of an uphill battle. Gaddafi also not getting spotted. Down they go. It is going to be Zeke to stop them in their tracks. Now Hemo, yep, getting pretty isolated, and off they go. Titans securing their 3rd elimination. There's still so much more to go. Arab Golden already sitting all the way up on 8, as they were the team, of course, to take down the players there from RUKH. But where's this going to go next? I mean, there's so many potential players yet to come.
But again, you can take a look at that mini-map. I mean, center's so open and vast. And again, that's just because of these Chuvasera hills. I mean, this Minas del Val area is just wild in terms of the terrain these teams have to deal with. It is a tough rotation. GREEDYFORKILLS holding on. And again, we said it. They had such a good position into the zone. They got zone placed twice in a row. And now, well, they need to defend their compound. Certainly not zone placed anymore. And they need to deal with Black Hand.
Well, let's see what they have in their hand here. Storm now trying to ride the edge. Just, not going to make it through as Zuxi dials it in. It's now down to Koa. It's Koa and Fivo. Right now having a bit of a standoff. DBS. Oh, no, there's no DBS. It's UMP. Let's see what Zuxi has got in store. A little bit of a spray. Yeah, Koa, take that monster. You're going to need it. This is going to be quite the sweaty push. There's still just one knocking at the door. Zuxi waiting for the perfect timing before applying that extra little bit of a rush. But Nosa comes in. Up comes the nade. Come on. What's Nosa going to do? Will it be the one? Oh, yep. Whenever you see Nosa, you just got to expect that nade to come through.
Yes. I mean, it's a Kobe, like we like to say somewhere else. But from what we've seen so far, we know it's not over just yet. We've got the World of Battle up into that zone. Triple Esports now trying to hold off, keep Arab Golden from joining the squad. And we know it's going to be a bit of a tougher one. I mean, the split the Triple Esports are taking does give them some good angles to work with, but they have to choose their timing right. If they isolate themselves, if they don't work as a team, well, then you're just giving Arab Golden the information they need to take you out. Ooh, going to be missing that final connection on the spray. So Thor now, a little bit of an exposure here. As Arab Golden, they need to take stock of this information they've been given.
Well, let's see whether or not Arab Golden are going to be able to find this position. Still a 3-piece left here for Triple. Thor just going to be holding on the very edge. The rest of the team, meanwhile, putting a lot more focus on that zonal positioning. But this could be exactly what Arab Golden need to find a great push. Now, in the meanwhile, there's going to be Titans and the Blackjack squad getting ready for the action. It's Hamodi, MG, trying to hold the fort. A risky play because they do have still the players there from the World of Battle, rather, positioned behind them, and they are so open to that. But up comes the rush, the push. Teak tries to pick it up, doesn't get MG just yet, but of course going to continue on that rage as they do secure the elimination. Hamodi now having to try and hunt it down. Axel is going to come searching for them. The jump shot comes through. Hamodi picks up the one, but will they be able to get themselves out of the pressure cooker? Puncher, Teak, just knocking on the door. They're gonna come pushing in any moment. Up goes P6, nade in hand. That could be it for Hamodi. Is it gonna be it? No, it overshoots.
just off of the mark, but it's fine.
Oh.
P6 is here to follow up. They've got enough nades to work with. Titans loving what I'm seeing from them. 8 eliminations on the board already. They are going to be relegated now down to 3. So the World Battle leading in terms of these numbers advantage. And again, positioning is going to be key. That zone shift could make the difference yet, could shift the battle. Already Muhammad being spotted out. Great opening there from that Mini 14 with Puncher. Oh, I like this. There's an opportunity for both the World of Battle and Titans to close this one out.
Oh, come on. Who's going to take it, though? Who's going to take it? Titans looking pretty strong. But the World of Battle looking equally strong as we see the shots connecting through Teague. Now going to be looking to double down already, taking the lead for the team with those eliminations. Sitting up on 4. A little bit of an exchange here with the utilities. Both teams are trying to reach in. They don't want to come in the line of fire. As we know, the World of Battle already getting a little bit taste for that winner chicken dinner action. But is this going to be a repeat? Will we see them now be able to replicate those efforts?
I mean, this is an interesting one. Titans, we know they got that PMGC experience. We know that they've got that previous season experience as well. Now they're trying to capitalize. They want this first day to be the start. I mean, they brought in the most amount of bonus points, but can they replicate that energy moving into this first day of finals? Already the World of Battle putting up a very good fight. Also trying to double down on the success that they've picked up so far in these matches. But this is going to be an interesting one. They've got Triple to the side, Titans up towards the above northern position, and then Triple now actually reaching up into Titan. So a bit of a three-way battle here, and again, comes down to timing for all of these teams.
Well, we got the triple T's, right? We can see Titans, Triple, and the World of Battle, right? That's all we need. But who will be the one to take it? At least I can say with confidence it's going to be one of the T's. I don't know which one, but it's definitely going to be one of them. But it's looking pretty even here between the Titans and Triple. Both teams sitting on a three-piece either side. The World of Battle only holding on to 2, but they're taking a little bit more of a cautious approach. Not going to be looking to expose themselves unnecessarily. We look onto the side of Triple. I mean, also not an overly aggressive approach. Titans, on the other hand, they are so eager to get a glorious performance here. As we can see that nade now getting sent out. Teak getting so close to finding Muhammad as the shockwaves are sending a few chills up their spine. But Kron still in the mix here. This could be a good play now for the World of Battle to bounce back. But is Teak going to allow that as they find so much damage? Muhammad goes down. Now it is relying solely on Kron as they quickly just trying to ride out the smoke here. But Teak is not going to wait for anything as they push on forward and they send them backing down to the final 2 teams we go. It is Triple, it is Titan, and both teams still sitting on a 3-piece.
Love to see it. As you said, the double T's now as we go down. Triple to Titan, and Titan, of course, holding the high ground. A good positioning, but information is lacking. Old Boy doesn't look like they are very aware of his position. So if they can get the flank moving, Old Boy has an opportunity to really swing this in favor of Triple Esports before Titans move in with some of that aggressive utility. Already smokes deployed. You can see they're scrambling. They want that information. They need it. If they can find it, they can work together to try and lock this one down.
Well, let's see who's going to be the one to pick it up. Puncher, not having any ammo left. That's going to be a very risky one. But we know that's not the end of the world, right? Because Black Hand, they've been able to secure themselves a winner with a chicken dinner without a single drop of ammo left. So, maybe this could be the play, right? A little bit of a repeat coming through here. Oh, look at that. Old Boy finds Puncher. One down. That could be the opening for Triple now to bounce. P6, Cheek. They're not going to back down without a fight. And I love this ridgeline positioning, but it's going to make it so challenging, especially looking at Triple. It's the uphill battles that are so devastating. And I mean, Titan, they're playing King of the Hill, but are they going to be able to secure themselves that play? Already, they are sitting on double-digit figures with regards to eliminations.
I mean, massive game for Titans, as we know, doubling down with those double eliminations. And for Triple Esports, again, just consistency. Top 5 after top 5 after top 5. They find a way to get themselves here, but this might be the shutdown now for Titans to take Triple out.
Come on, I see Old Boy, the duo combo that you want coming through from the side of Triple. Now going to be looking to climb their way up the hill. It's going to be Zeke to send one out, but up comes the push. This could be it. The end could be in sight. Down goes Icy and down goes Triple. As Titan Gaming step up, taking that winner with a chicken dinner pan and everything in between. What a glorious run that was. 13 eliminations, but 2,800 damage being dealt. That's nearly 29 players.
I mean, you can just see the activity, the proactivity coming through from Titans. They are an aggressive team, and finally they get to showcase that aggressive prowess. I said it, come game number 3 and game number 4, we need our top teams, especially coming through from the league stage, to step it up, to showcase why they were the top teams. And Titans picking up the most amount of bonus points, now you see why.
I mean, nothing better than a bit of Triple T action to come through on the last Miramar of the day. I mean, that was it, right? The world of battle, Triple and Titans just fighting it out to see who's going to claim the prize. And of course, Titans, no strangers to rising to the occasion, claiming their much-deserved winner chicken dinner. As you can see, we were just so excited to relive all the insanity that we just witnessed over on Miramar. We couldn't even wait. We just jumped straight into it, right? That's it, because that is just the way Miramar was. I mean, the teams coming out of nowhere, stepping up, just bringing in such a phenomenal performance. And as I told you, when we see that zone coming through, it's going to be pretty exciting. And of course, the teams lived up to the challenge. They stepped up and just rose to the occasion. But of course, we need to take a look and see what the point situation is, because I think there could maybe be a few ups starting to develop here as well.
Yeah, look, Titans, as you said, they brought in the most amount of bonus points moving into today, but now doubling down with these double set of elimination points is going to give them that opportunity potentially to close this one out, at least with a very good start to the weekend. 23 points is really nothing to scoff at, and because they were so close to that lead, maybe this is where they start the gap, especially if they do the same in the next 2 matches. Blackjack Esports loving the consistency a little bit that's coming through from them. It's not as consistent as Triple Esports, who have managed to get themselves into top 5 game after game after game, but it is definitely starting to hopefully show on the overall standings. Arab Golden, also a very good closure that they've been bringing in so far. We find them in these third-party situations, and they seem to, game after game, just be able to at least lock it down for the first few engagements. So really would love to see what happens when they eventually match that same sort of energy with regards to placements.
Yeah, one thing that I'm quite satisfied at, one thing that I'm that I'm very satisfied about seeing come through from these teams is their ability to just jump up, bring in these absolutely insane performances at the drop of a hat, right? So crazy to witness this, but of course, let's take a look, see what's happening over on that second page. As we know, closing it off was RUKH with 3 points. We got Black Hand, then also sitting with 3 points to their name. But it's a very, very sparse distribution of points coming onto the second page.
Look, it's tough, right? We have these teams really bringing in game after game such a good performance, so that when it gets to the rest of the teams, it becomes extremely difficult to try and match that same energy. I mean, you're not really going to pick up 13 eliminations and a winner chicken dinner in every single match, right? So it's to bring consistency in is difficult to also really capitalize on eliminations when you've got one team just rolling in with massive energy.
Well, one thing we've learned in this season of PMPL is you can never say never, because they like to surprise us, right? So who knows? I mean, it's not very likely that we are going to be seeing some pretty heavy elimination games come through time after time, but who knows? It all could, of course, happen. And next up, we are going to be venturing over into Sanhok yet again for the last time here today to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. So that already means we'll see you guys right back after the break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season finals. We've already concluded 4 of our matches, right? We just wrapped up Miramar. That means next up, we are going to be venturing up into Sanhok. But of course, before we get there, big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner of the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, now, speaking about excitement and energy and monstrous things, we need to take a quick look at the overall standings to see where the teams are before they get into match number 5. Before we go rumbling in the jungle, we need to see what the point situation is.
Look, I already think there is going to be a few upsets in terms of what we saw just in the previous 2 matches. Triple Esports, of course, with their consistency and themselves in the top slot, Alonso and RUKH. GREEDYFORKILLS, Black Hand, not too far off from that as well. The World of Battle, again, there's this back and forth that's coming through from these teams. We're starting to see some of that top 8 development, but ultimately we need to take a look at the second page to see how that gap is starting to build. That is not too far off, DK. It's really not too far off.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 4 points between 9th and 8th place, so there's still quite a bit that can come through here as the teams are going to be having to really push so hard in the remaining games. But of course, now let's venture in as we hop into Sanhok to see what is going to come through. We've got our glorious flight path there as well, making its way on down. The team's going to be looking to go about their business, get themselves set up. Flight path over on Sanhok, not all too important. What is going to be more important is how these teams get themselves set up in anticipation of that first zone.
We love to see it. It's a nice little bit of a spread coming through from this flight path, all the way from that northeastern portion to the southwestern, is going to allow pretty much just an even cut through Sanhok. So again, plenty of opportunity, if there wasn't already on such a small map, to get to where you want to get to, and to hopefully get your usual drop site in lock and key. So now, question is, if we're going to once again see a little bit of that back and forth energy between the Wave and the Mind Weapon, as what we saw on the previous Sanhok. And yes, zone is a question here. If we're going to be able to see some interesting points of contention, hey, Ruins would be an interesting finish, just saying. We've had that once before, and that was a wild finish.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be on the board though. I mean, we'll find out soon enough. It is, of course, Titans that are occupying the Ruins. But we aren't seeing any hot drops. There's no hot drops. Maybe Eugene and Broly could start bumping heads a little bit. But aside from that, everyone's just pretty much respecting the space. And of course, a glorious shift up north. And that could now open up the gateway for the Mind Weapon. Maybe to go lurking a little bit.
Also do love that Paradise Resort is right in the center, so we know those Paradise finishes tend to be a little crazy, just a little bit, which gives us some good energy here for the rest of the day. As the second last match, obviously these teams would want to lock in as many points as they possibly can, bring in some good energy, and Sanhok tends to just be a little wild already, so we'll wait and see how that one is going to close out. The Mind Weapon, yeah, that 2-2 split they're currently running. I mean, they're two very, very close to Virtual Gaming. Now in that position where they can get some scouting, you know, they can get some opportunities, but they can also be taken out very, very easily.
Yeah, and that was a very, very easy knock coming through there from Hulk. I mean, they just smashed that one. But where's it going to go now? Will we see the rest of the Mind Weapon maybe look to play for that res? I'm not quite sure, because I mean, the Mind Weapon very, very spread. They have White Boy and Max positioned all the way towards the bridge, so it's going to be very challenging for Delharp now to do anything significant from this position.
Yeah, no, this is a bit of a tough situation. Again, is that 2-2 split? I mean, not sure what happened in terms of the drops here for the Mind Weapon. We know that we found them just on that other end of Hatin in the previous Sanhok, and now just the spread that they're running is a little bit awkward, unfortunately. 2-1-1, and the 2-1s are unfortunately being sandwiched as they want to take that rotation back to their teammates. So Delharp hopefully will be able to be very sneaky, rotate on out, get themselves out of the situation, and then we can still have the Mind Weapon up with a 3-piece, which would help them for the Sanhok, right? Because those overall standings, they are starting to get a little top heavy with the likes of teams taking triple digits already within the first few matches.
But as we know, of course, there was a bit of a helping hand coming through from the bonus points, right? So that does add into the mix. But what I'm actually looking at is to see who's going to bounce up regardless of what those starting points were. I mean, you can see the team sitting a little bit further down, not having the easiest run. But if we look at that bonus point distribution, I mean, VISTA, they only came in with 48 points. But they've been able to climb all the way up in towards that 8th position. So that is already such a glorious climb coming through on their side.
It is, but I mean, in the same token, you know, for the teams that brought in a decent amount of bonus points and haven't been running with that momentum today just yet, it's getting a bit worrisome, because it's the other teams are building that gap much quicker than you unfortunately are. So let's see, the Sanhok, an opportunity, as we know, because of the close quarter engagements, to pick up some good eliminations to hopefully close a little bit of that gap Rad, again, be careful. You're going to be knocking into trees. You're going to be giving opportunities away for RUKH Esports to take in that elimination.
Well, oh, wow. Rami really quick on the trigger on that one. A near instant bit of repayment getting sent across. Pusher not falling, but coming really, really close to having a little bit of a troubling play. Look at the reach of that nade. Oh, I mean, if it wasn't for that rock, that would have been the end of Ghazi right then and there. So Raad really trying to push up now, trying to utilize all the hard cover they can as they sneak their way closer, looking to get a bit of an opportunity onto the side of RUKH, but that's going to be pushing out to get knocked on down.
Oh, we know Pusher has been the entry point here for RUKH Esports when they take engagements, and now, well, they are the ones in the defense position, so it's a little bit of an ironic situation that the entry goes down first. But yeah, Raad, one piece each in terms of the trades. Again, the 2v1 split that they have to work with. Needing to get closer if they want to get that res moving, but I mean, in a position that again finds themselves, not sure if it's going to be possible. Those smokes will help just to alleviate some of the pressure, cut down some of those line of sights, but there is the thirst. Again goes down. So now this move up comes through from Raad, but is it really still worth it? Yes, they still have a line in. They could still be able to take this as a 3-piece. We've got Virtual Gaming just on the back rise, moving in potentially for third party. So I don't know, for Raad, positioning here is going to be key. Already RUKH getting that res, this might not be becoming still a valid option. They might just have to hold on to a disengagement. If they can wait for Virtual Gaming to jump in, they can then go for the third party.
Add Arab Golden into the mix as well, because we can see Wanted also just sneaking closer. Triple also going to be venturing into this exact same direction. So we could see a 5-way fight about to break loose. As we do see the mollies now getting deployed, a great spray going through there from one shot, and that is all they need to create that opening, to provide themselves with a bit of an opportunity to rush. So that's also just going to lure in the players there from potentially Triple and Virtual. But look at this. It is an absolute sandwich of despair. I mean, it's Virtual, it is RUKH, it is everyone just trying to cram in. But where will it go? You can see a lot of utilities now getting sent all over the place. Rami does fall to their own nade, and this is the opportunity as Alpha Lucci locks it in. Oh, but they've been spotted out. Now, this is where things start to turn on their head. RUKH still holding on to a 2-piece, but as we can see, Virtual Gaming Squad only sitting down to 1.
I'm surprised Raad's actually not stepping into this one as quick as they have. I mean, there's information, there's a lot of noise now being triggered. They know that there's a third party happening here, so why not move in a little bit closer, right? Get some of that information. Hazem now finally making some movement, trying to clear out some of the buildings, getting closer and closer to this engagement between RUKH Esports and Virtual Gaming. But again, if the timing is not right, they might lose out on some very important eliminations because RUKH, they are looking in for the closer.
Oh, here we go. Pusher now just trying to play it through the window. Doesn't want to expose themselves, but it's going to be a full-on push as RUKH move in, and there we go. Virtual Gaming Squad getting backed up. Off they go. 16th place it is. 3 elims to their name. Raad. This could be the opportunity to come in with a bit of that third-party play. They're taking it very, very cautiously. They want to get a good assessment as to what exactly is happening. But Arab Golden, I mean, they also look to be very curious. Also looking to move up, bring in a little bit of that inspection. Maybe sneak in a few cheeky trades here and there.
Nowhere near close compared to Raad, so they're still going to be holding down their position, maybe looking for some better opportunities here towards the zone, holding that hilltop. I mean, even in vehicles, they can make a better rotation in. However, with that information that they've heard those sound cues again, they'll be keeping an eye out on this ridgeline to see who rotates off of it. For Raad, now it's just gone quiet. You know, we had that third party in play. We had that opportunity to jump in the midst of the chaos and capitalize, but they still haven't moved. From their position, they have not moved an inch. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Hopefully they do find that opportunity. It's still going to be a 3v2 either way. But they need to lock it down. Black Hand, of course, we want to see a little bit more of an explosive start from them. They've had a little bit of consistency, a little bit of success in the first few matches, but nothing too wild necessarily compared to some of the crazy points we've seen be put down from the likes of Titans or Triple. So for them, this match hopefully will be the start of something great.
Want to see where it goes. I mean, Black Ant so far coming into this match, they've only been able to themselves 17 eliminations. I mean, that is still a very healthy dose of elims coming through. But with regards to placement points, they're only sitting on 9. So, you know, there is still quite a bit of room for improvement on that. But speaking about improvement, Alhab now going to be looking to improve their own odds against Marshall here as the Mind Weapon getting ready for the fight. You got Max there. Oh, trying to send the nade. Marshall almost running right into it. Somehow miraculously manages to evade the entirety of that nade. But this is now where the Mind Weapon has everything turning on its head. It's going to be Max just getting their health bar whittled down. Tempting the res.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Marshall just being so devastating. And of course, White Boy, I think it's wise of White Boy now just keep their distance and not even consider moving any closer.
You know, it's pretty much over now for the Mind Weapon. If they still want to have an opportunity in this engagement against CRYPTICS, they have just shut it down beautifully. And again, this is why you don't turn your back on the enemy, right? You know they're up close and personal. You get those sound triggers. Just be careful. Just be careful with those rotations. The Mind Weapon, unfortunately, down to only White Boy, who will obviously be rotating out of that. They do not want any part of CRYPTICS right now as a solo. So over towards Paradise, like we said, I mean, Paradise in center of that zone. We're going to be centering up on it once again. Triple Esports in such a good positioning. Time in and time out now, having the entirety of Paradise to themselves.
Let's see where this one will move towards Titans. Now finding themselves in a little bit of a troubling position here. Losing one, they could lose yet another. And that is going to spell a little bit of a challenge. As we can see, P6 are just trying to make the most of it. Axel's going to be rotating up alongside them. But again, the zone centered up right on towards Paradise. And this is so formidable. Yeah,
English,
forgiving.
DK.
Yes, what's that? I don't know what that is. English, I don't know this. I don't know these things. It's going to be such a setup for the players there from Triple Esports, though. Still, the action up in boot camp.
Whoa. What is this X Games mode that's coming through? P6 literally just ramping up ahead right in front of Koa. Well, there will be a confirmation on towards Puncher, but AXA P6, somehow, some way, P6 has made that rotation in. It was wild to witness, but here we hold on to it. Black Hand, good information now for them. P6 out into the blue zone, unfortunately. So, not sure if that was a bit of a mad dash to try and get that res moved in, but just a little too late, unfortunately. We take a look at Lag now over towards Camp Bravo. They got Blackjack Esports right up ahead of them. Good rotation coming through from that north eastern side, really. URUS as well towards the east. So DK at this point now that question moves in because Sanhok is so close and contentious, right? URUS, they are just a step ahead of the rest. They have that high ground to work with in terms of getting themselves into zone. If they can spot out Lag, there is a massive opportunity for them to pick up some massive eliminations because they can literally block Lag from moving into zone.
Yep, 100%. That's exactly what they could be doing here. But is that going to be the play, though? Because we can see Wanted now starting to move up as well. So App Golden trying to explore their territory. They're not going to be sitting back waiting for other teams to surprise them. There's going to be a lot of work now ahead here for URUS if they're going to be looking to get that opportunity not only onto Lag, but potentially maybe on towards App Golden. Because the zone is just in front of them. And they are not quite there just yet.
Ooh, you could see this Lag. Should be hearing some of those engines roaring right up ahead of them. Not sure if URUS knows, but here it is. That's going to be that first trigger. Lag, they reach on in. They start the engagement, but will they be able to close it out?
Oh, the blue zone is also going to be applying a little bit of that pressure, but the utility is getting sent up. Down goes Knight as the blue zone gets the upper hand. It's going to be a very tough run, though, coming through there. For the side of Escanor. Mexico now also going to be trying to duck this way and that, but I love this barrage from URUS. This is exactly what they need to get the upper hand on Lag. It's down to A9Q in Mexico. Ooh, where will it go though? Wise going to be running out of health, so they need to keep an eye on that as well. Don't get too distracted by sending out all these utilities. Ramsey, the rest of the team there to bring in a bit of a helping hand. Knight getting shipped out as well now. Down to a 2-piece from Lag. This could be the play for Wise. They do find the spray. Nicely done. One secured. A9Q, the final player, left for the side of Lag. But will this be the opportunity for Ramsey? No.
Whoa,
Meanwhile,
whoa, whoa,
A9Q
whoa.
steps up, finds a few victims along the way, but unfortunately doesn't secure those eliminations. And now it's going to be up to the blue zone, and this could be URUS down to a one-piece.
Lag A9Q specifically might have done just enough to make this very difficult for URUS because a lot of time was wasted, right? So now they're out in the blue. They made so much noise. They were right behind Arab Golden, who have now turned their head completely to URUS in their position. Might be running this through with a one piece, as you said. It's only Ramsey. Ramsey out in the open, going to be spotted out by Wanted. I mean, just it's textbook at this point in time. So for Lag, yes, they might have not picked up all of the eliminations they wanted to, but they picked up, I think, 3. Now, they've almost secured URUS out of the lobby.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where URUS doesn't have a lot of options because they might have evaded Golden, but they've now pulled in alongside Blackjack. And of course, if we jump over into Paradise, it is going to be RUKH and CRYPTICS getting ready for a bit of a showdown as the DBS comes in swinging yet again. Marshall does fall to the pusher, who's now pretty much been able to pick up the entirety of Titans. And off they go. That is them done and dusted. Now CRYPTICS still hanging in the wing. Looking to see if they can bring in a little bit of some Here. Where will it go though? As there's not an easy approach to take. RUKH still holding strong. Will this play now pan out? There we go. Vahita gets picked up. 1 down, 3 more to go.
This is triple esports territory. They were the ones to lock down Paradise, so they need to be the ones to defend it. Old boy on the top going to be jumping down, and a bit of a surprising factor here now to try and flank around to close this one out. CRYPTICS go down, but still the closure needs to be here for RUKH already. Old boy, the down goes. Pusher holding on for RUKH with the DBS in hand, already up with 5 eliminations, keeping triple esports away from this position.
Well, I mean, Pusher doing an absolutely fantastic job
No
here.
way. Oh.
But there we go. Old boy just bringing a quick end to that. I mean, triple, you know, they hold on. They live to fight another zone, as the zone has centered up onto Paradise. Even more so, just tightening its grip. But of course, that is going to be the end of the road for Bisk as Zuxi reaches on through. And see what Black Hand are going to be doing here. Got a bit of a potential setup in between Greedy and Vista. Not the most opportune spread to have, but they do have that zone advantage. So let's see if it's going to work out in their favor.
Black Hand, like we said, they want a little bit of success. They want to bring in a good match. Greedy for kills. I mean, they've been on the rise from the first match or 2, but then they started to get a bit quiet. This might be the opener, though. That nade onto Storm, this gives them the trigger to move in for the finish, DK.
Well, let's see now. Rhino getting ready to pick up the momentum here. Could be a great opportunity if they can find these plays on towards Black Hand. But then they still need to worry about Vista just holding on the opposite end. Meanwhile, it's going to be players there from Blackjack getting sent away. And here we go. Is this going to be the play, Koa? Just patiently waiting in the grass, hoping for the opportunity. Is there going to be a little bit of relief that could come through as Greedy continue to move up, not looking to relinquish any control. They want to flex that hand as best they can.
Like the puns. It's a good combination to bring in. Vista, of course, from the I'm trying to think about the puns. But Vista from the back end, from the southern position, now moving in, reaching across, finding Fivo. Good opener onto Greedy for kills. RUKH still in the mix between this position. Of course, Koa just off the side as well. So now they need to worry about 2 fronts. They need to worry about Greedy for kills up ahead of them. And then Vista moving in from behind is going to mean they find themselves in a very awkward sandwich now. The southwestern side of the zone is going to heat up. It's a Bood. Needs to be careful if they expose themselves. If they overextend too much, Koa has a free line of sight to take them down.
I mean, what more could you ask for, right? But it's still going to be a very, very challenging play as the zone moves away. Yes, indeed. But Vista now have a great opportunity to get themselves set up. Triple still holding strong. Koa not going to survive. And it now boils down to RUKH to see if they can uphold the glory for Black Hand here. Greedy now also in a bit of a position. I mean, they could either look to rotate through that Paradise position or push straight forward in towards the zone itself. In the meanwhile, Raad now going to be looking to bring that final play in as Broly, is just stepping up. And again, Broly just locking in the sprays.
Yeah, Ra'ad, unfortunately, again, relegated down to 1. Rotation comes through, and it's a numbers game at the end of the day, and Arab Golden are playing it to perfection, still up with 4. We've got Wave on the other side, who also still had 4, picking up the likes of GREEDYFORKILLS, but there is a back and forth. The trade for trade ultimately still going the way of Wave Esports, who shut GREEDYFORKILLS down. That is an interesting one to talk about. We'll have to keep it for the analysis section after this one. VISTA now into Paradise, into that southwestern portion. RUKH still behind them, so still holding the flag up high for Black Hand.
Well, let's see where this one is going to go. Still a very challenging zone, but I like the setup coming through here from IC. Keeping their eyes glued, looking for any of those pixels out of place. Meanwhile, Versa are going to be looking to reach in. They do find RUKH, and that is Black Hand now getting taken on down. It's down to that final bit of a push, that final few plays. 4 teams remain, 14 players still alive. Triple still could have quite a bit of a momentous play here as Vista move in all the way down on that southern edge. The zone getting ready to shift. It does move into that no man's land. But Broly, first one in. Ooh, pulls up right alongside Mazzaro. Up comes the head. Down goes Broly. Yeah, Broly getting dealt a little bit of their own medicine on that one.
Yeah, unfortunate now there for the likes of Arab Golden. That scout has been spotted out and it didn't quite work out. Wave still holding up with all 4 members. Vista now trying to lock it down is the only other team still up with 4, but here is the return from Wave. They've immediately moved on out. They want to shut Vista down. Ooh!
Alright, here we go, here we go. Molly's nades and everything in between are getting cooked up, but what does Wave have cooking here? As we can see them now looking to descend down upon the side here from Vista. Cacao getting found. Where will this go? It's a boot. Mazzaro is still holding strong. Nice bit of a reach coming through in towards Petrox as Icy sends it out. Mazzaro also trying to steal a few of the plays here, but it's going to be the end of the road for Triple. And down to the final 3 teams we go. It's going to be Arab, Vista, and Wave.
Arab Golden in a tough position as well, but thankfully for them, Vista and Wave have just been going against each other, so they can play the third-party opportunist here. Mazzaro, of course, still up and Adam trying to recover the team as the only standing member here. Smokes deployed to try and give that cover away, but Wave Esports, they've been pushing time in, time out. Why not continue to push on a little bit forward? However, we need to consider Arab Golden still in the mix. Rugal up close with the nade. Can they make the connection?
Oh, we don't know, but we'll find out soon enough. It's going to be one knock and Hemo holding strong. Oh, that goes the spray. There we go. Quality with a beautiful pickup. Rugal not going to be backing out of this fight just yet. Arab Golden now holding up some phenomenal momentum here. But are they going to be able to keep it all the way through? As we now see Vista trying to push in from that southern edge. It's down to Itzabud and Mazzaro. Very risky position. Wanted getting a little bit emboldened there as they too hop into the vehicle and just, you know, just doing a sweep of the perimeter.
Ooh.
Almost. What? Oh, no.
This is just not going the way, but ultimately Hemo steps in as the solo here for Wave Esports. Good timing to work off, but they will not be enough. Unfortunately, it will not. But fantastic work from Arab Golden in these last few moments to pick up that winner chicken dinner. Good shutdown from them. I mean, they go against the likes of Vista. They go against the likes of course, Wave Esports. And again, it's that massive third-party opportunity. You just stay quiet in that situation. You don't make the first move, and you just capitalize for the win.
I mean, you said you farm eliminations. You pick up 12 along the way. But the conversion rate is looking really good here. I mean, only 1,500 damage, so that is just 300 damage that was not converted into elimination. So a very impressive performance coming through from the side here of Arab Golden Esports. So what a play that was. But of course, you know, this was Sanhok. We were expecting to see some insanity come through out on the battlefield. And boy, did the teams deliver on that one, is.
Absolutely. I mean, I was losing my mind. We had X Games mode. We had Titans, you know, doing some tricks on the ramps with the buggies. We had massive eliminations coming through from these teams. There were a few quiet moments from some of the teams, like RUKH not really stepping into that third-party opportunity, but there is still space to work on that coming back tomorrow, tomorrow's Sanhok. And of course, we still have one more match left for the day. But yes, I agree with you. Sanhok did not disappoint. The action was just at the right level.
Oh yes, it was right in that Goldilocks zone. Of course, speaking about Goldilocks zone, you're going to be taking a quick look at those highlights as well. So we could jump into that anytime. It's going to be a surprise. Let's take a look. I mean, that was some good quality sprays coming through on that one, right? There's no arguing with that. Absolutely impressive stuff. But that is what we were hoping to see come through into Sanhok, right? We want to see carnage. We want to see insanity. We want to see a super spicy and sometimes a little bit over the top performance coming through. And that is exactly what we got here. But of course, now let's take a look at those match rankings to see what these teams did.
It was a massive game there for Arab Golden. Third-party opportunity to the max, picking up those 12 eliminations along the way and securing the winner-winner chicken dinner. Of course, Wave Esports VISTA, they were involved in those top 3 skirmishes, so no surprise to see them there. Triple Esports, again, have to point this out. Top 5 placement. Match after match after match, they are here racking in the points.
I mean, you can't fault them for consistency, right? That is just so phenomenal to see. But as we know, this is the first page, the glorious page. Let's take a look, see what's happening over on that second page. Who do we have stopping over at the Donut Shop? Only 2 teams. The World of Battle and the Mind Weapon. It's also so surprising to see Titan Gaming sitting all the way on this end. Of course, Blackjack picking up the placement, but not finding a single elimination along the way.
Yeah, look, it's a tough battle when we start talking about it. For Titans, they managed to double down with those double eliminations, double placements, moving on into the last 2 matches, but then come through back onto Sanhok. It doesn't quite translate. I mean, same for Black Hand. We had a few also just unfortunate rotations that happened in. It's tough. It's tough out here. You make one little decision that you think would normally work out for you, but unfortunately with the zone, with the rotations, it doesn't quite work out, and you find yourself in an ambush. These teams are just that good.
It's just the way it goes, right? You got to expect the unexpected, but of course, what you can expect that is expected is us to take a quick break while we get ready for game number 6. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello, back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season finals. We're getting ready for our final match right here on day number 1. But of course, before we go anywhere, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our proud energy drink partners for the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And of course, you know, it helps us to stay awake at this time of day because there's so much action. You know, we got to keep on top of it. And of course, we are going to be venturing into the final match. The last Erangel to see how the teams are going to be looking to step it up and who will be bringing through the much needed upsets to inch their way, claw their way, if you will, up those leaderboards.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point in time, it's the last Erangel of the day. We had a bit of an interesting zone into the first Erangel. It didn't really force them into the military base island. It didn't really force them into awkward positions on Erangel. So that gives them some of that consistency to work on, right? But in terms of the last match, we were not too sure. We also had that wild shift that really put the teams to their tests. And now the question is, how's the mental fortitude, for the teams? I mean, like we said, we need Monster, to stay awake to bring the action through because the teams have been just really lighting up our screens. But there is also something to say for that exhaustion that already steps in. They've already had to play an extra map compared to what they have in the previous weeks. Now they have another extra map to work with. So that best performance sometimes a little bit tough because if you think we get tired, you can imagine how tough it must be for those players because they have to be thinking, obviously, which I don't really do. They have to be planning out the strategy. They have to be putting through their best performances, and that is very tough to bring in a long day of play.
And do that consistently, right? I mean, it's one thing to perform, but if you have to perform consistently, that's where the challenge lies. And of course, now speaking about challenges, we can see we are wrestling a few gremlins along the way. But one gremlin that we are not going to be wrestling is, of course, hopping into the match to see exactly what that flight path is going to be bringing on through. We can see the lovely Stolper down below, so that means we are all the way on that eastern side.
Hey, we like to see it again. So coming through from that northern side, Stolber, nice to see you. We don't often get to see you. But of course, going all the way down to the military base island is going to be where these teams find themselves. Again, favoring that eastern side. So, I mean, the likes of Black Hand, they get a very easy drop into Yasnai Poliana. For Titans, they get a very easy drop into Farm and Milta. And then, of course, for the likes of Wave, they find a very easy drop into Nova alongside a few other teams. CRYPTICS actually taking also a nice early drop into Kameshki, so a little bit of that northern action for them. They do like to get their boots onto the ground as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, CRYPTICS, they really know how to play that northern position, but now comes the big question, is the flight path going to be working in their favor, or is it going to be working against them? And, well, as we know, right, when they drop Stolber, they don't seem to be too phased, regardless of where the zone goes. It's like, you know what, it's fine, we'll get there, we'll find a way to make it on time. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be the teams now still just looking to disperse. I'm sitting here in anticipation, waiting to see where that zone...
Come on! Listen, we've had only southern zones on Erangel, man. We were getting bullied with those military base zones. I mean, it was fun to see, but it was, it was getting to that point where it was getting a little bit. Now we head into the north. We had this once where it ended up on shooting range. I don't know if we're gonna quite go there just yet again because this time Severny in center, and again just cutting off that placement with all the waterway that is going to be delaying and at least cutting down in terms of the playable area here, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either which way. The last time we also saw something similar to this prior to the one that you're referring to, right? That was also where MG got his name of Aquaman.
Oof, okay.
Right.
I'm let into some secrets here.
No.
Why?
Remember the bridge stroll?
Oh, right.
The bridge stroll, right? Chilling in the car. Yes, right. Remember back in week 1?
Yeah, no, it's cooking. My brain's awake. Okay, no, this makes sense. Mr. Aquaman might be back into the mix of things.
Yeah. So there's only one way to find out. We got to look and see what all these teams are going to be doing. Of course, Triple are going to be doing their thing as they move up. We could potentially even see them maybe go for North George, somewhere there. Maybe South George, maybe the crates. I don't know. It's going to be risky either which way because it's outside of zone. But looking at what they've got, I mean, I see them, they have nothing. All they've got is the vehicle, and that's it. That's the extent of their loot.
Yeah, look, I mean, that western portion of the zone is also going to be completely open, so whether they go to George, even if they move up into shooting range, or, I mean, maybe take a bit of a far leap into Zaki, which would be a little bit mad, but they could do it. It's completely open. That western side of the map is so nice and open. It really does provide the teams some good opportunity into that one, because obviously the zone is just focused on the north and a little bit of that eastern portion. So for CRYPTICS as well, this zone is going to be an interesting one because they chose to take Stolber and Kameshki. They are right up into the zone real quick fast, so good opportunity, good rotation for them. Jasnai Poliana also involved, RUKH involved. It's gonna be an interesting one for all the teams because we have such a high majority of teams that favor the southern portion, the southern band of Erangel. So now, obviously, they've favored their usual drop sites. That zone gave them, the flight path gave them that south to east opportunity. But now the zone tells them, sorry, come back to the north. And that means that RUKH especially, and I'll even throw Jasnai Poliana into that one, is going to be packed with rotations in the next phase.
But one thing that's actually quite interesting to note here is that we know Blackjack, they like to drop in between Jasnai and Lipovka in that, you know, almost mansion kind of position. But when the flight path allows, they also like to go to Zaki. So I was pretty surprised to see them not really venturing towards Zaki and instead staying in their usual position, you know, hanging around that mansion area. But I think if there's a team that could find an interesting rotation to make, it would definitely be them, based on, you know, they drop knowledge of this northern edge. So I guess to see how that one is going to play out. In the meanwhile, Lag, they're going to be doing their thing as they start to head up towards the zone, looking for a bit of an opportunity here.
Few opportunities indeed, but it's a little risky because we know Titans normally here with that farm and multi position, so for now, it looks like they'll be able to just slip on by. No real damage is going to come through from that one. We've got Greedy for Kills over towards Milta Power and just the outskirts of Milta, respectively. Also needing to make a rotation. Two teams that have to take the furthest rotation is obviously going to be URUS and Wave Esports. I mean, Titans and then VISTA holding the edges of those bridges, respectively. Also going to be the next long bet in terms of rotations, but it will be interesting, definitely, when we move into that point just past Potato Hill, when we start to enter that zone, how those teams are going to try and situate themselves, especially since we still have teams holding on to RUKH. It's going to be tough. It really is going to be tough if we don't see some of those teams in center, or in the zone rather, trying to center up a little bit just to provide some spacing.
This is also one of those zones where Potato Hill is not really appealing.
Nah, no, not at all.
Because it's not a zone. So Lag, they are going to come venturing up towards that. But I like the setup that the World of Battle has got here. They've got the entirety of RUKH at their disposal. They can do pretty much what it is that they please. But Blackjack, they're going to start venturing further up north now, starting to climb the hill. Maybe they're just going to lurk around. I think that they might take the position just east of, just west rather, of Stolber. There's a lovely little compound there. Not this one, but I think there's another one that we could maybe see them eventually rotating towards.
That one would be just a little bit better in terms of the positioning they can hold, at least in terms of rotations, but I mean, where they find themselves now, they could even potentially isolate Marshall just for a bit of a pickup here. So we do see already Marshall jumping into the vehicle, heard that one, said, nope, don't want a piece of that, thank you very much. So we'll be joining the rest of CRYPTICS, hopefully safely and soundly. URUS, of course, finally making that move across. We got Wave just behind them on the bridge. We got Titans who've started to move up as well, so it doesn't look like we'll see any of those engagements happening just yet, at least until we get into zone. VISTA, of course, they've left to their own devices on the western side. So very nice and quiet rotations. I'm surprised that we've actually managed to get it to this point where the teams can get that timing right, get those rotations moved in. But there's still plenty and plenty of teams to go.
Oh yes, plenty and plenty indeed. But how much of the plenty will have a plentiful performance? As, you know, 16 teams, all 64 players still alive. This is going to be a brutal next shift. As we can see, the teams just doing their thing, trying to get into a good position, at least for the time being. App Golden, I'm not quite sure what their approach is going to be. Are they going to stay? Are they going to move? Yeah, it seems like Wanted wants a little bit of loot first before they go anywhere. And this is the combo that I was talking about, right? The Mind Weapon have already secured themselves within that position. We get to see what they can get done right here. And of course, now it's going to be that opportunity for the teams to just try and capitalize. But this zone is such a blessing, especially for CRYPTICS, because it plays so in their hand here. I mean, this is where they drop, right? They know this territory. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see CRYPTICS just bring in an absolutely abysmal, abysmal, but in a good sense, right? An insane performance.
Abysmal for the rest of the teams, yes.
Yes,
but
that's it. Thank you so
hopefully
much.
not abysmal for the likes of CRYPTICS, because they definitely want to step up. Again, we saw that double down in terms of eliminations on, I think it was Miramar, which brought us a little bit of that hope, right? We were like, cool, CRYPTICS, you back. You back now? Yes, maybe. Not quite yet. Not quite yet to the level I would say CRYPTICS are able to get to. So I have high expectations for them, as we should. But let's take a look at what the rest of the teams as well can bring into this one. Already Virtual Gaming picking up, a little bit of an opportunity here. Isolating Marshall, but the reach across thankfully is there from the rest of the CRYPTICS squad. So hopefully they can hold on to this one.
Well, let's see where it's going to go, though. I mean, we did see Koa there being the icebreaker, picking up that first elim. Several more has now come through, or one more. There's only 2 players being shipped out so far. But a great nade getting sent out here by Marshall. Is it going to find its way? No, it doesn't. Come on, CRYPTICS still playing this relatively spread out. We got El Chapo and Senke, who could also apply a little bit of pressure moving through. But they are going to be tested, as we can see then. There's going to be RUKH moving in on that northern edge. But here we go. Marshall pushing through the smoke, looking for the opportunity. They can hear the footsteps. They can hear the sound cues. But are they going to find that? As one shot is just waiting in the wing. Beautiful off-angle play. What a great setup that was. Now, I mean, CRYPTICS, they look to be in a little bit of danger here.
Yeah, no, there is some danger sense that's been brought in. Senke just narrowly escaping that beautiful, beautiful nade that was just right behind them. And now, the reach in as well. We've got a few other teams joining into the fray. I believe that might actually be Triple Esports jumping into this one. So they're looking for a few of those well-needed points, maybe to get themselves once again back into the top 5 placements.
Well, it's going to be Senke now getting sent down into the basement. But are they going to be able to make it out? Virtual Gaming, they want to close this one up. Applying all the pressure they can. Waiting patiently. Oh, that could be the nade. No, again, it wasn't. But it came super close. Senke just, playing on the doorstep of that lobby. But where will it go? Come on. Virtual Gaming squad. So close. Come on. They're just looking to find a bit of an opening. Waiting for the molly to just kind of close up. Oh, the push comes through. Easy claps as they step in. Senke, at least, did find the knock on towards Alpha Luigi, but they weren't able to secure that elimination.
Oh, this is going to be such a fun one. So now we look at this, right, and we're like, cool, so we are in, stage number 2. We still have 15 teams alive. We've got everyone shoulder to shoulder, and the chaos is just reigning supreme. Oh, a little bit of correction was Arab Golden that actually jumped into that one. We saw a bit of a back and forth. They've lost 2 in the progress of just trying to get this third party moving. And now, there's obviously the side of RUKH that's going to join in with Virtual Gaming against this one. So, yes, we do have some good opportunities for the likes of teams like Triple Esports to once again hold on to that consistency. But these little 3-way massive battles are just going to continue because we have so many teams still involved into the zone.
Little massive 3-way battles, sure, exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
They're little, but they're massive because
yes,
they're gonna
they're massively little or whatever. I don't know.
Massively little and littly massive. Yes.
Sure,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
Here we go. Either which way, it's going to be Arab Golden. Well, let's see now. Just trying to control the situation here. Is it going to work out though? Meanwhile, Triple on that southern edge running into White Boy. I mean, they still have a decent amount of players up. They've got only 2 knocks. Old Boy not going to be anywhere nearby, but instead holding off a bit of an off-angle position. But there we go. Ooh, Titans now reaching in, looking to bring in a bit of an upset, but URUS also just holding on the opposite end, and this is going to be such a challenging play. I'm not quite sure whether or not,
Ooh.
Triple are going to be able to make it out of this one. Full piece.
All of a sudden it doesn't look too well. This is just ironic, right? I mean, you have you have some tough times now all of a sudden here for Triple Esports. Compared to those previous matches, I don't know if they're going to be able to get themselves into the top 5 placement just purely based off of these hits coming through, connection after connection. They're in a tough spot of trouble. And you can say the rest of the teams, I mean, with the rotations, they're going to be taking the Mind Weapon just behind them. They can also get involved. So, yeah, this ridgeline, I mean, there's opportunity to be had, but it can so easily turn against you. We take a look at some of the other teams on that outskirts. It's RUKH Esports here towards that northwestern side. On the northeast, DK, I mean, take your pick. So many teams now rotating in from that portion.
Yeah, it's pick a number, get in line, because everybody wants to cram into that zone. But I think the Mind Weapon are going to be heavily contested for their position there. Titans could also find themselves in quite a bit of a predicament as we wait to see where the next zone is going to be taking us. It does center up. Oh, yeah. I think the floodgates are going to open. The Mind Weapon are going to have their hands full to the brim to see if they can hold on through this one. But this is an opportunity still for the teams down south. Wave, Lag, even a Blackhand to get themselves situated to move in and maybe sneak into a good position.
RUKH Gaming over here towards this northern side somehow, some way. Still alive, still holding on, even though they've had so many teams reaching in for a third party, reaching in to see if they could pick up a few eliminations. No, RUKH Gaming have been shutting that down now. Maybe they can turn the tables here. A potential towards RUKH right behind them, who still have to move into the zone. And then, of course, just up ahead of them, it is Arab Golden taking the hits. But, oh, Azem! I thought this would be the turnaround. I thought RUKH Gaming could keep RUKH out of this one, but they find the opener.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
It's going to be a very risky push. There we have it. It is one shot getting taken right out of dodge. But now RUKH looking to keep up that smashing hit. Azem trying to see if they can find a little bit of retaliation here. It's going to be a very risky push. Again, doesn't make it out. And it's now a 1v2. The utilities, of course, just flying all over the place. Yep, there we go. Virtual Gaming Squad now playing cleanup crew as they add their 4th elimination to the tally.
We love to see it. I mean, what wild strats are being pulled in here. RUKH, I mean, they had to try something, right? They are going to be picking up those 2 eliminations, so we're not hopefully going to be able to see anyone really joining us in the donut shop. I'm gonna hope for that one. I really want this last match to be such a good one for everyone involved. But Blackjack Esports already up with 2 eliminations, looking to add the likes of Virtual Gaming to their tally, make it a 4-piece. Oh, RUKH just taking damage after damage, but somehow, some way, avoiding a knock from those nades.
Well, here we go. Let's see whether or not Blackjack are going to be able to get it in. Ooh, Lag, though, does fall in the meantime. And this is the opportunity now for Blackjack to just apply all the pressure they can on towards the Virtual Gaming Squad. But they've now moved down into the bunkers. They've secured themselves underground, being just out of reach. But that's not going to deter the side here of Blackjack, as they are going to be looking to find a bit of an opening. The mollies getting sent out as well, heating things up downstairs. Alphalugi waiting patiently to see how this will unfold, but it's an absolute barrage. Oh, so close. Alphalugi almost running straight into that molly, but it seems like Blackjack just have an endless supply of utilities as they keep on sending it through. Meanwhile, the players there from Titans will find Greedy and a bit of a change this way and that. But now Phonics looking for the opening. This could be that rush, the opportunity for Blackjack to get the jump in on Virtual Gaming Squad.
like we said, they're looking to add a few numbers to the tally already, and Step Up coming through. Holt trying desperately to hold on, but it's not going to be enough. Virtual Gaming will fall, and that does mean that Blackjack have made it up to 4 eliminations. However, their work is not quite yet done. At least for now, you can see they are isolated here towards that northwestern side, so they have some time to loot up and get ready for this next zone shift, which will be pretty close to them. So a lot more time to work with here, but Black Hand and, of course, the likes of URUS next up on the plate.
Yeah, that's Black Hand right out of dodge. 4 eliminations, 11th place, off they go. URUS now going to be looking to clean up yet again. They got Greedy held up just ahead of them. Greedy not finding any eliminations just yet. But where could this one go?
Oh, ow.
Ooh, there we go. Titans also just getting caught in the crossfire. Punch in. B6.
Oh, no. No, no,
What?
no. Not like
Wow.
this. Sorry, Titans. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm laughing. But, I mean, it's about to happen, right? It's a stressful final. It is a stressful last game. There it is. The self-molly comes in, and unfortunately, Titans go out. Now it is GREEDYFORKILLS moving on up closer and closer here towards URUS. Potential, once again, to shut them down. And this gives them massive spacing over towards that eastern side.
Yeah, it definitely does. It does alleviate a lot of the pressure. But, oh, RUKH stepping in, wiping Blackjack out. I mean,
Blinked.
yeah, I also almost blinked. And that's the end, right? But now, it's going to be RUKH holding on to a nice northern position. Greedy, meanwhile, will have their chance here at URUS. As you can see, URUS sitting on still a decent amount of players, still having all of them here. They got 4 eliminations up. Greedy, same amount of players, but not a single elim to their name so far. Of course, those mollies getting flung all over the place. Let's see if RUKH is going to be able to secure that spray. It's going to be a very, very risky play, but I mean, we see a lot of action erupting on the edges of zone. SmackDown Center is nothing happening, right? The mine weapon just sitting pretty and waiting for everyone to just whittle down these numbers. Now let's see. Is RUKH going to be able to get it done? Oh, finds Rhino, but up comes the full send as Greedy just sends it in. Oh, down goes RUKH. Come on, Farokh. Ramsey looking to pick up the last few pieces here. They do secure quite a devastating spray, and that is Greedy getting sent back empty-handed.
Yeah, look, they've changed up the strategy. Last few matches aren't quite what's working for GREEDYFORKILLS anymore. It's just those first 2 or 3 matches that really seems to be where they shine now. But we'll see if that continues. The World of Battle, ooh, a little bit sneaky, a little bit cheeky, finding potentially the likes of Arab Golden. But Mohammed's moved on. They haven't focused on that. It doesn't look like they spotted out Arab Golden. Not sure how, but for now, maybe they have the upper hand. We do see Hazem still keeping a keen eye on that little shack. Potentially rotating around specifically for that reasoning. Arab Golden, it looks like they're safe, but no, Mohammed, look at that, just spotting it out already. They know, they have that information, and Arab Golden is out of the zone. They have to make that rotation in. The blue zone is here, and now positioning, opportunity lie in wait for Arab Golden. Can they make the dash into safety?
I think they will be denied access. Looking at the World of Battle right here. Yeah, Mohammed. There we go. First one gets denied entry. Quantity getting packed and shipped out. It's down to Broly. And Broly is only going to last so long. Only 2 meds left after that one that they've now applied. The blue zone gets the upper hand before they can even complete the res. And RUKH, in the meanwhile, will be rushing in on the mine weapon and paying the ultimate price as they lose 2 players. Will they lose even more? It's going to be Max waiting steadily in the wing. Oh, down they go as Rami dials it in with a DBS. Now the reinforcements need to come on through. It's going to be Delhub. Riding the Seke is Luciano. Oh, now having all the pressure riding on their shoulders. And I mean, what a clutch this is coming from RUKH, though. They stepped up. It's like they ran into a brick wall and then they bounced back and just ran through the wall.
I mean, 3 eliminations now up for Rami. Hopefully we'll be able to get that res to Bronsberg as well. They need to do so very, very, very quickly. Else, yeah, this is going to be a tough fight for RUKH Esports to still hold into this matchup. So Rami up with those 3 eliminations, now up to run away from the likes of URUS.
Look at that, the World of Battle moving in behind him. So there could be a great third-party opportunity just around the bend. URUS now still looking to bounce back and get themselves back into contention. But it's going to be Rami now sitting with the highest amount of damage so far. So let's see. Are they going to be able to make it through this next little bit of a push? Oh, look at
wow.
that nade adding to the tally. 757 damage now for Rami. But is that going to secure them the wipe? No, no. Ramsey says thank you so much for coming, but ends it right there.
Unfortunate there for RUKH, but again, not a bad effort just before in those final moments. Again, individual prowess coming through, shining into these final matches, and being an individual like Mazzaro normally we would say is going to be the thorn in the side of Triple, but just a good out spot coming through from Old Boy will lock that one down. So we are down to our 4 teams left into this last match of the day, top 4 trying to fight for their best possible match, so that they can close out day number 1 with the best results they are possibly able to add to the tally.
I mean, Luciano playing the best game of hide and seek that we've seen so far today. They've not yet been spotted. I don't think anybody knows that Luciano is just hanging around. But Triple yet to make their play, moving in from that southwestern side. Got the World of Battle and URUS. They could look to alleviate a little bit of that pressure for them, but is that going to be on the cards though? Because it's still going to be such a challenging play. And I mean, URUS smack dab center zone, at least for the time being.
The numbers looking very good here for the likes of URUS, and of course the World of Battle still up with their full 4-piece. But still, I would say I'm favoring URUS in terms of that positioning if the zone holds that in play. If not, then the World of Battle, they have an interesting opportunity right up ahead of them because they've got such good information onto URUS and their current position. But there it is. URUS and, of course, Luciano from the Mind Weapon, they hold the zone and they wait to see how Triple and the World of Battle will rotate in.
Well, as we can see from Triple, they just adopted a little bit of a single file approach there. Are they going to look to push in? Of course, the World of Battle sending out all the smokes they've got. They want to set up, yes, they want to set up that smoke road so they can sneak into the zone, or maybe just flank around it. Maybe it's a distraction. We don't really know just yet, but they are going to be making the best possible play that they can at this point, trying to get themselves secured within that zone, because they've got a few seconds left until the blue zone starts to move. So this is now or never. Let's see what the World of Battle are going to be able to accomplish here. Each one just securing their own vehicle, with Arthur, of course, just holding a little bit of an Overwatch position there as well.
You see, here's that. The engine's going to be roaring in. URUS know exactly what's happening. There is an intruder alert. It is the World of Battle moving into the territory. And Weiss, the first one up to greet the guests. But unfortunately, I don't think they were quite ready.
Wow, that is an insane play coming through from Mohammed. I don't know how they would not spot it out on that one. But let's see if URUS can pick up the pieces here. Up comes Arthur, trying to bring in that last little bit of reinforcement. But it's going to be a full send as the knocks have been dealt. It is now RUKH holding steady. Kron is down, so we're not going to see a nade just yet. Oh, but instead, it's going to be Ramsey taking out their own teammate. It is now down to Ramsey and Farokh looking to hold up the pieces here for URUS.
Oh, what is going on with the utility over towards Erangel? First Titans, now URUS. It is a tough battle out here, man. But is the World of Battle now up with the advantage in terms of numbers? They've got the 3-piece up against URUS and their 2-piece. RUKH out in the open, potentially should be getting thirsted. But no, the World of Battle, I like this. They focus on the players who are still alive. Do not give them time to work this out. Do not give them time to try even think about that risk.
It's heating up. It is heating up so much. Let's see if the World of Battle are going to be able to get this one under their belt. It's going to be Farokh to fall next, and down they go. The heads have been dealt. It is Triple to bring in quite a bit of devastation with a little bit of a helping hand coming through from Kron and that nade. But now it's going to be Triple and the players from the World of Battle fighting for that winner chicken dinner. As we know, right? It is such a tight play. Triple already having a glorious run at a chicken. We know the World of Battle have also had a glorious chicken. Who's going to be the one to pick up this second one right here? Old Boy sends it out. It's going to be a 3v3 altercation to settle the final chicken for day number 1.
Loving this energy coming through from Triple Esports, managing to get themselves into the top 5 placement game after game after game, and that is just consistency once again showcasing here into the last match. Now, Kron a little bit isolated in terms of that rooftop, but again in a great position potentially to shut this one down. Old Boy, not sure if they know Mohammed's so close and personal. If they get the surprise, that opportunity here could still lie in the side of the World of Battle.
It definitely could. But let's see if they're gonna be able rather to find it. 5 elims for the side there of the World of Battle. Ooh.
Oh.
4 sitting for triple. Make that 5. So both teams now sitting on 5 either side. But where will this push towards? I mean, Fahita cooking it up, sending it out. There's no one there. A little bit of fireworks to get the action underway. This is a standoff, right? It's going to be a heavy arm either which side. The Zord is also about to finish on up. Then we're going to be in that 9th stage. No more zone closures. Only blue zone is going to be looking to apply all the pressure it can find. As we know, the big bad blue zone, it has so much that it can bring to the table here. There's going to be all the battle holding on to a 2-piece. Kron, Hazem. Trying to play it cautiously, but Triple, they are smack dab center zone. They have such a favorable position. And is this going to be a very likely turn of events coming through now for the World of Battle? Out comes the name.
Oh.
Almost finding Old Boy.
The World of Battle, they desperately need to find an opener on towards Triple Esports. They need to level the playing field because right now, Triple have them locked in. They have them cornered into these compounds.
Let's see. Icy cooking it up. Come on. Is this going to be the one? Oh, instead, the lead flies. That is going to be Azem down. It's now relying solely on Kron. But as we know, Kron has a very accurate, heavy hand when it comes to utilities. Triple now trying to mount the toughest aggression they can find. The utilities are out. It is mollies. It is nades. It is everything and some more change. As Triple steps up, securing themselves the winner chicken dinner. The second one for them here today.
Love this consistency coming through from Triple Esports. Now they show that they're not just a team that gets themselves into the top 5 placements and into the top 5 positioning just purely based on rotations, but also being able to close that one out. Now with those 7 eliminations on top of it, they have put up a disgusting amount of points today. In the first day of finals, it seems like Triple Esports is our leaders in terms of consistency. It's like we're back into week number 1. They are looking to close this one out with a bang.
I mean, what a bang indeed. As we know, right? Triple Esports starting the day off with only 71 points to their name. Well, I say only, but it's the second highest amount of bonus points we had coming in since today. So what an absolutely insane performance that it was. They just rose to the occasion, securing so much plays. Let's take a look at the highlights. What a performance that was coming through from Triple Esports, just rising up, riding it out, and of course picking up their second chicken dinner of the day. I mean, we've seen some pretty strong consistency, and you know, once we take a look at our match rankings, we are going to be taking a look at a few other things. But I can see a pretty, if you want to talk about consistency, I mean, Triple, they locked it in. Let's take a look at those match rankings. It's going to be 17 points, but also 17 points to URUS Esports.
Hey, we love to see this sort of consistency coming through. Again, Triple Esports, yes, managing to get themselves into top 5 placements, so we already know that they've had an absolutely cracker of a day, but there's also something to say for the World of Battle. I mean, we've been able to highlight them time in, time out. Same with RUKH. We've been able to highlight them time in, time out. The Mind Weapon's been a bit quiet for me today, so to see them in the top 5 placement this time around is great to see. Same for URUS. I mean, just, that's sort of the elephant in the room, picking up 12 eliminations on this last Erangel of the day. I just hope coming back tomorrow that becomes a more consistent topic for us to talk about. I mean, moving into the second page, however, we do see a little bit of a wider spread in terms of the points that we saw compared to some of the previous matches. Only Wave Esports taking the donut for today, which is good. I said I wanted nearly every single team to not have a donut at the end of the day, so I will take one only to be able to join us in the donut shop.
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not, right? It was still a very exceptional performance coming through from our teams here, just doing such a phenomenal job. I mean, what a great way this was to kick off the finals. The first day, it's like these teams have been going at it for weeks, right? Having so many opportunities to figure out what the opposing teams could be looking to bring in, and then taking all that information and coming up with an amazing strategy just to combat them and bring it into the finals. And wait, that's already happened. But of course, these teams just doing an absolutely fantastic job. But let's take a look now at our overall points as well. I almost said settings, but let's take a look at the overall points as we move in. It is going to be Triple Esports sitting at the top of the day. 41 elimination points, 41 placement points. Talk about consistency, as that is consistency.
You couldn't get it even more perfect. I mean, I'm loving this. Triple Esports, yes. I mean, we mentioned it. Phase 1 Triple Esports back at it again for the win. Maybe they've been holding out on us. Who knows? Either way, today they brought the action. They brought the gorgeous consistency. Titans, no surprise to see them in second place. We know they started off with those 79 bonus points, and they picked up a very good amount of points. RUKH Esports as well. Black Hand, the other teams to join us with those triple digits. I mean, they already have picked up such a good start into today. So loving to see that sort of duality coming through from them. Again, it's not like we're talking about these massive games from them, but it's that consistency. You can see they haven't even been able to pick up a winner chicken dinner, but they're in the top 4.
Yeah. I mean, and that is so impressive, right? We know Black Hand to be a very capable team, but we want to see what's going to come through, whether or not they're going to be looking to pick that up. I mean, RUKH also... Is this some scary stuff to look at, right? I mean, sure, there has been a bit of a head start. We know the bonus points, but still, sitting on triple digits on the first day, that's pretty insane.
It's pretty insane, which is what we like to see. We can take a look at that second page to see CRYPTICS finishing off the top 8 with 84 points. So that is going to be the opener. Only 2 points behind them, we have the likes of Wave Esports. I mean, they have to give some thanks up to Petrox for managing to survive time in, time out, staying alive for the likes of Wave. And then as we trickle down into this top 16, we can see that gap has started to form. Obviously, I mean, from 82 to 38, that is a very sparse difference. Again, like I said, the Mind Weapon, they've been quiet. At least into this last match, they picked up some good points, but it needs to double and then more so bring back that energy into tomorrow if the Mind Weapon want to have a shot at really climbing the rankings. But some good close contention for the likes of Arab, Blackjack. There's still plenty of opportunities to shuffle it out and to hopefully get themselves into better standings.
Yeah, but also another thing that I want to see is TEAMLAG finding some placement points tomorrow. Right?
Yes.
And Virtual Gaming Squad as well, because they only found 1. So we want to see what they're going to be bringing to the battlefield tomorrow. They've got 6 games to try and improve their current standing. And as we know, the sky is the limit. Kinda. Not really, but sure. Let's go with that, as the teams can definitely look to bring in a much stronger performance, improving on what might have been a little bit missing here today. But I want to see how that is then going to translate into tomorrow's games. And already, I mean, based on today, it was an absolutely insane performance.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. Like I said, I mean, from match to match, the fact that we're seeing adaptation coming through from the teams, this is what we need for a finals weekend. We don't want to wait entire days for teams to fix mistakes or to change things up to put them into a better standing. We want to see match to match these teams coming back even stronger, especially because we have that double helping of every single map. You have that first iteration and then you just double down, you come back to it again. So in terms of the warm-up, if you want to think of it that way, they have the perfect opportunity in this finals weekend. I mean, we cut down as much of the chaos as we possibly can. We give them the equal opportunity. So it's all just going to come down. So obviously a little bit of that zone, flight path RNG, but ultimately their skill as PUBG mobile players.
Yeah, and I mean they've been showing a lot of that skill over the entire progression of this event. So gotta love what they're bringing, but of course we're looking so forward to seeing what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield as we move into day number 2. As you already said, right? 6 more matches to go. So there's going to be so much up on the table, and there's only one way for us to find out what is going to happen. Of course, we have to get into day number 2. So on that one, we're going to be ending it here. But of course, before we go, we'd love to remind the viewers about the Royal Pass for month 21 is now available. Be sure to check out the video for the highlight moments of the Blaster Tank, the Dark Rain set, and the Graham High set as well. Alright, so be sure to push through that RP as best as you can. We're already in week number 4, so, you know, time's running out. We're almost going to be hitting that month 22. But, well, as we know, it's brought us to the end of the day here, so thank you so much for everyone for joining us on the action. We look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow, same time, same place, but even more PUBG Mobile action. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty. We'll see you all later.
نجمة جالكسي غادروا من التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان.
إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
موديتين بإصابات مودية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأرأيت بيبدأ